Yo guys, and welcome back to another AC Odyssey stream. We're gonna be doing an Odyssey Monday instead of the usual multiplayer Monday today, because I really want to finish this game. And we're getting quite close to the ending of it, so yeah, decided to do that today. However, before we're gonna be starting with the actual gameplay, we're gonna be watching something that was overdue for quite some time, which is the behind the scenes and making of stuff of the game. It's something I kind of like started doing with Black Flag in my annual series playthrough, and that I also want to do for this game to kind of like showcase the development progress behind the game and what ideas they had for it. And who knows, maybe I'm gonna stop in between to kind of like voice my own thoughts. If not, I'm just gonna be in chat and mute myself, so we can, like, you know, properly understand and hear everybody in the video. And yeah, it's like about 23 minutes long, so gonna be a little bit to watch, but I hope you enjoy. Also, hey Valevi, good evening. How's it going?
Right position, gerecht.
And welcome to Malaka Monday today, instead of the usual multiplayer Monday. Hey Velkobi, good evening. Oh yeah, I kinda wanna finish this game this week, so we're gonna be doing an extra stream today, so hopefully we can even start Valhalla. And yeah, I'm very much looking forward to that game and taking the series a bit more serious again. You're doing well, Levy? That's good to hear. Did you had a nice day, just you know, doing things at your pace? But yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Had a good day, pretty productive. And yeah, I was kind of like feeling more like playing some story stuff today again and kind of like make a dent into our series playthrough of AC. So I'm looking forward to actually play Odyssey and maybe get to the ending. I'm not sure. The game is often longer than you would expect, but yeah, it would be nice to get there actually. No female Evo. Yeah, not this time at least. I'm just loving Magnus Brun's voice acting too much. Kobe, just saying a quick hi before you dare to leave the house for a Pokemon walk. Oh, that sounds nice. Is there any particular Pokemon you're looking to catch, or are you just gonna take whatever you come across? You had a really nice day, Levi. Nice. Did you stay in bed until 10, like you said? You can't accept me not liking the same things you do. Yeah. Imagine actually tolerating another opinion. You didn't. I mean, fair enough. But I hope you still had some nice sleep. But yeah, guys, I'm gonna mute myself here for the video. However, I'm gonna be in chat, so you know we can talk more there while we watch this behind the scenes making of AC Odyssey. So yeah, enjoy.
For the past 3 years, the team at Ubisoft Quebec has embarked on their own epic voyage, creating the world of Assassin's Creed Odyssey. As their journey nears its end, we sat down with members of the development team to discuss recreating the classical settings of ancient Greece, engaging in all-out army warfare, arming players with a first civilization artifact, and for the first time in the series, putting player choice at the forefront of Assassin's Creed.
Odyssey is the second step in the transformation of Assassin's Creed into a full-blown RPG.
So the big themes of Assassin's Creed Odyssey are the big themes of Assassin's Creed, the franchise. Freedom versus order, that first civilization, that mystery of where we came from. Since we're the oldest Assassin's Creed has ever been in time period, we're able to really explore those, and I think it'll be a super exciting experience for players. Choice was absolutely one of the first things that we started thinking about and we wanted in the game. Not just in the dialogue system, obviously, but within the structure of the game.
Especially being able to choose your character. So this is what's going to feel really, really different for players this year.
So there is a base storyline that is consistent, that there are a lot of big choices in it, but there's also these small stories that you don't know where they're going to lead. And, you know, sometimes it leads in romance, sometimes it leads in a bloodbath, and so, you know, whatever. So sometimes in a charming relationship with a new friend.
The things you make decisions about within quests are going to have an impact later on.
You were mine, and Kira took you from me.
Greece is about conversations. We wanted to leverage that as a way to interact with history. So if I'm interacting with a historical character, I want to be able to ask questions. I want to be able to know who he is.
What brings you to Thelos?
We cannot have a conversation with Socrates and make players feel that they are really reliving history without choice.
Am I gonna save this guy? Am I gonna let him die? So asking myself questions as a player that are very deep and that could impact the choices, yes, at the end.
What exactly is justice?
I think it's interesting to build relationships that are not just stopping at a quest. That sense of interest, you know, like that sense of seduction, that sense of playfulness with it as well.
Very poetic for someone covered in blood. I like it.
It's not everybody that can be seduced in the game, you know, so, but there are occasions where you will meet people that, you know, like when the little heart appears, it's like, oh, I don't know, that dude or that girl, you know, what am I going to do? So
I also found this.
But we also have friendships that gets built over time in the game.
Two sides of the same coin.
Since Assassin's Creed Odyssey takes place during the Peloponnesian War, you better believe you're going to get to partake in massive battles between hundreds of Athenian and Spartan soldiers.
We knew we needed to recreate that and to give the player that opportunity to engage in these huge battles with hundreds of soldiers on each side. And you're going to use every ability you have, every ounce of strength and adrenaline that you can muster to face off against these huge battles. And then once you complete them, you're going to get great rewards out of it, as well as changing who owns that area of the world. So it's not just this huge battle, but it's also consequences within the world itself. The special abilities are a way of expanding what abilities have always been, which is a way to more customize your playstyle. For us, we push it even farther because we use the broken spear of Leonidas as that access to even bigger and better abilities. So the Spear of Leonidas is Leonidas' spear, obviously, but it's also a first civilization artifact. In the past, you've maybe had the Apple of Eden for a little bit. We give this to you for the entire game, and you upgrade it, you make it better. You get to get more abilities because of it and because of its connection to you, which we're going to develop throughout the story. Being 2,500 years ago, the oldest we've ever gone in Assassin's Creed, to where that connection to the first civilization is the strongest it's ever been in the franchise.
I think choosing the Peloponnesian War as a backdrop was an excellent choice. It's a crucial moment in history who deeply impact our civilization today. It's also an opposition between democracy and tyranny. Everything is interconnected in ancient Greece. Politics, religion, and social behavior, it's all connected.
And at the same time, when you go visit Greece, none of it is still standing, or most of it is, you know, not there. So you have to go do the research and bring that back alive.
In fact, that's something we've learned throughout our research, that they find like color pigment on statues and temples. So using that knowledge to our advantage, which was a art direction blessing, kind of, because we could add colors on almost all man-made structures. So that's why if you play the game, you'll see there's tons of color on almost everything. We have an expert in the studio with the substance designer, which did an amazing job reproducing all those marbles, gold and trims, mosaic on the floor, fresco on the walls. That truly gives something, I think, I don't know, unexpected about what antiquity could have looked like, that you don't even see in movies because they don't have the time to do it. When you think of Greece, what do you think first? It's probably the blue sky and the blue water. Well, for us, the water was like a main character. We wanted to have like the wave crashing on the shoreline with the volumetric foam also. Like that's probably the first within the Ubisoft game to have a volumetric foam.
It's a good thing that foam is so detailed because you'll be making quite a bit of it as you stir things up in Odyssey's naval warfare.
We're making the sea really alive by bringing back naval. We have sharks, whales. It's raw. It's up close. You can clean ships in two, put other ships on fire. It brings that whole dynamic on the sea.
Because we wanted the ship to be your home. It is your home base. It's where you meet Barnabas, who's your captain and your good friend. As you add people to the ship, you can recruit people from the world to join your ship and travel with you.
I met this character, I helped him, I recruited him. Oh, he's there. Who has that? If you took a snapshot of your boat and showed your crew, I won't have the same crew as you. Nobody here will have the same crew.
You're going to find them in quests. They're going to be people that you talk to, and you can ask them to join you on your ship. And then the other way that you're going to get them is to recruit from your enemies, from mercenaries, from cool-looking characters that you might see in the world, or people that have really good stats. Making it not just about, okay, here's a bunch of enemies in front of me, I need to wipe them all out. It was more of, okay, here's a bunch of guys. Ooh, that guy's really interesting. I'm going to go get him.
And one of the things that I like the most about what we've done is that we really take a step back and put it in the hands of the player. Well, for me, this team that I have now at Ubisoft Quebec, and we've been growing this team since 2005 to be, and this is our ultimate goal, was to build a game like Odyssey.
The word Odyssey for our game really comes out as the thing, like you'll be going on an epic journey, and that's what we wanted. You from a mercenary to a Greek legend, the Greek hero, that's what Assassin's Creed Odyssey is all about.
With Assassin's Creed going into like a fully fledged open world RPG, we knew that choice was the next logical step for us. We were like, hey, choice is our thing. It's the philosophy that's flowing through all of the creation of the game, and that extends to being able to choose your character. It extends to naval and how you're going to customize your ship, how you're going to play with your ship, who you're going to recruit for your ship. And then you can make a choice about the way you're going to approach quests. It had to be everywhere or nowhere at all in terms of how we were looking at making things.
So yes, the narrative will lead to different conclusions, but if you go off the beaten path, you will be surprised and you will have to make choices, sometimes dire, sometimes not. So yes, we want to give that autonomy to the player.
You can choose if you're going to help the Athenians dominate the Greek world or the Spartans, and you can change your choice in that playthrough as well.
We wanted to approach the combat in a way that gave the player more options, more customization, more ability to have choice in the way that they approach every combat situation. So that meant that we wanted to give them these awesome abilities, these brand new 30-plus amazing abilities that can all be upgraded.
If I want to shoot people with bow and arrows and specialize in that, you can do it. If you feel that it's more like melee fighting, you can do it as well. And if you feel that it's a little bit more stealth that I would like to do and get the drop on them, that's all available for you as well. So
Very poetic for someone covered in blood. I like it.
the romancing, we have a handful of characters that we can romance. They don't necessarily intertwine with the bigger picture, so they're much more regional content stories, or a little bit more for fun.
When we set out to make the story in Assassin's Creed Odyssey, we knew that we were going to have multiple endings. Now, for us, it meant making a series of choices through a series of quests that would impact the ending, and not just be multiple endings based on one decision you make at the end, which sometimes other games fall prey to. Just because you're making choices doesn't mean that you're going to be cut off from half the game for making these choices. You're simply going to have your own unique experience.
Something that I really like about our game is the variation of tones.
I never thought Poseidon's anger would be too much for the mighty Cassandra's stomach.
You can be a little bit more of a traditional compassionate hero, but you can also call people on their bullshit in the game. Somebody's coming to you with a much more down-to-earth, easy, quest like somebody stole my vase or something. So your character can say, dude, who do I look like? Like somebody's gonna get, vases, like I'm destroying armies, Well, when the player feels that he can say that, we try to put that in the word of the character as a choice as well. So, dude, the fuck I look like, you know, like, so that you can get that a little bit more in the game. You can't do it every time, but, you know, like, how do I feel about saying something here? We tried to mimic that and then have the characters react.
Cassandra, what do you think we should do?
Player choice is a motivator. It connects you with what you're doing. The game is talking to me and I need to respond to that. So the player choices are felt in dialogues, but they're also felt in the world. So in the play style that I'm going to choose in the game, the mix and matching of the abilities, who I want to interact with, Sparta, Athens, you know, what do I want to do as a player? You decide and it's your choice to do it.
So you're born in Sparta, your player character is born in Sparta, but you move out of Sparta at an early age. So your combat style is not a true Spartan phalanx with the shield and the spear. You're fighting on your own. You're fighting for your money. You're fighting for your life all the time. So your combat is very active, very dynamic. So that meant that we wanted to give them these awesome abilities, these brand new 30 plus amazing abilities that can all be upgraded. And then you're going to choose of those 30 abilities, where do you want them? What power do you want them to be? And how are you going to mix and match them in combat? So the base combat is based on Assassin's Creed Origins. It's the same sort of hitbox-based distance, timing, but then we've added all the abilities. We focused on mobility. You're much more active and dynamic, dodging and parrying instead of sort of turtling with a shield.
Without the shield doesn't mean that you don't have the defensive option actually. We have the parry that is fairly generous. Compared to a block, what it does is it's creating you an opportunity to take back on the offense.
If you want to sneak around, put the hood on, you know, it can hide in the bushes and, you know, lure people in and use some of the abilities that are stealth, you can do that a lot more than we've done since Syndicate.
Because of your DNA, because of the spear being an artifact of the first civilization, you combine those two things and you get just really, really impressive game-changing abilities for range, for shooting your bow, for the melee combat, and then for assassination as well. You have to build up adrenaline, energy for the spear to use that and unleash these abilities. So you have to use your base combat to build up the adrenaline, and then you unleash spear abilities.
So regardless of how you choose to map the abilities, which weapon you want to wield, you will always have a strong aesthetic that's true for a Greek hero warrior.
We have 2 weapon slots, the bow, you have 5 gear slots on your character. All of those can be upgraded at the blacksmith to your current level. You're the only character in ancient Greece that has a first civilization artifact, but there are mercenaries, there are very strong enemies with the Spartans and the Athenians that you're going to face that will challenge you constantly. And with the RPG progression, you're going to be facing against enemies that have a higher level than you. It's really going to be up to you how you play.
Everywhere in the world, at any point, you can use your ship and go in the water, you can swim, dive, you can go on land, come back. It's always there, it's always on the map.
The game is called Odyssey, and of course we're modeling ourselves on the voyage of Odysseus, and you're exploring the Aegean Sea. It doesn't take place at the same time, but it's the same experience that we're trying to give to the player. And naval is a huge important part of that.
Also, the map is huge, I mean, really big. The sea needs to be seamless because this time it's open everywhere around you. So we had to do a lot of tech on that, making sure that the shorelines where you could see like the waves coming and dying on the beaches. You have a lot of big waves when you go far away in the ocean. We also make sure that you see all those kind of fishes and stuff like that you can see from your ship and when you're swimming.
The naval combat in Odyssey is something more fast-paced, more close range. It's more intense than ever. The fact that we have people shooting javelins and arrows make us put the ship closer together so you can see the action.
What we discovered in the end was that mobility was a key factor of making a fun experience for the player. So in fact, the boat has a very high acceleration. You're able to turn really fast, you're able to move really fast. You may see a boat about to ram you, and then like within a couple seconds you can sort of dodge out of the way because of the mobility of the ship.
Some ships were shooting fire ammunition to burn the other ship. the most important tactic was the ramming and the cleavings.
Yeah, and of course, cleaving a ship is advantageous to the player because it's going to give him more life, more resources. So you're always looking for that opportunity to cleave a ship, not only for the spectacular nature of it, but also it's as a gameplay, it benefits the player.
During those times, the ship was able to board and kill the remaining crew.
And after that, loot the treasure on the ship because there's a bunch of chests. The bigger the ship is, the bigger the rewards are. So every time you sunk a ship, in fact, there's like chests that are being released in the ocean. You can dive and try to hunt them. It's pretty interesting. And if you go too far in the water, you might encounter some sharks also. So it's pretty hard to kill.
There's definitely going to be some unique ships on the water, some unique challenges. When you first encounter these ships, if you're a low level, you're going to learn to run away quickly.
As you get stronger, your ship is going to get stronger. But beyond that, there's upgrades that you're going to need to apply to your ship. So upgrading the arrows, the javelins, how much ramming damage it can do, how many lieutenants you can have on the ship, how strong the hull is, if you can shoot fire with your arrows or javelins. So there's a lot of upgrades to the ship that will make it more powerful.
Well, mercenaries will come after you on sea, and it's a cool moment because they have awesome looking ships, they have unique figureheads, unique masts. When the player gets into combat with these guys, you could also board them. And so you can fight the mercenary like hand to hand on the deck of his ship, and hopefully you can even Sparta kick him off the deck. And this is like a way cooler moment to take out a mercenary in the game.
They can also customize the ship how they want in terms of who they want to recruit and the perks they will want to have on the ship, so to create a synergy between upgrades and perks to build the way they want to play.
You can recruit lieutenants from people in the world, be they individual weak archer, or if you want to find the best mercenary in the world, you can go knock that person out, pay them, convince them to join your crew.
I want you to be with me when I do.
They can be coming from missions, or you can also choose to find ones that have like good perks. They're going to give you more weapons, they're going to give you better armors, they're going to give also like crazy perks on your ship, like boosting speed and having more stamina. So they're changing almost every kind of parts of your boat, in fact. So every one of them is very different.
And then when you buy a certain ability, you can call them into combat for you and either create a distraction or you can go join them in the fight.
Courageously, their destiny.
So the sea shanties, we have a couple at the beginning of the game that are available, and the more you progress in the game, you will unlock some sea shanties that will be about your Odyssey.
In our setting of ancient Greece, 431 BC, the Peloponnesian War is raging. So every little city-state has its own army, and they're allied with either Sparta or Athens. Those are the major superpowers of the time.
But at first, the Peloponnesian War took place during the 5th century, which is a crucial moment in history for our civilization. Because as Thucydides says, it was the most important conflict in antiquity between the rise of a democracy and the ancestral system of the tyranny and the oligarchy. But also plenty other opposition between tradition and modernity, religion and science.
That time period is still relevant for us today because we still embrace a lot of those philosophies. We still have the same questions that they were thinking about back then. So it was a match made in heaven for an Assassin's Creed game in explored history.
So the landscape of Greece is magnificent. We went to visit, and the epic vistas that it allowed us to create were something that we really wanted to concentrate on recreating in the world.
Greece is made out of 85% of mountains, so it's a very mountainous landscape, which is great, by the way, because it's creating tons of layering So we could play with fogs and mist to create a very unique ambience.
It also plays with the sensation of the Odyssey as well, because there's always the sensation of what's beyond the next mountain range, what am I going to get when I go there. You always get a really cool view as you come over the hill and you see the next region lay out in front of you. That really reinforces the sense of you being on your own Odyssey.
For us, Greece needed to be colorful and very lush, because that's what most people have in mind when they think of that amazing land. We pushed saturation and colors quite a lot in our game, even though we had different biomes also in it.
We knew that this world was going to be huge, so it was super important to make sure that we kept it interesting for the players. So as they go from region to region, it's not always just the typical picture of Greece. We saw snow-capped mountains and we saw lush spring valleys and things, so we wanted to really recapture that and make sure that we gave that to the player when they went on their journey.
Reconstructing ancient Greece was quite a challenge. For some cities, it was harder to find some specific data. For example, on Mykonos, nothing is remained. So it was quite hard to reproduce exactly the city as it was during antique time.
The big challenge was the chaos that the Greeks used to build their cities. There was no urban planning as we know it today, so we needed to try and embrace that chaos.
We tried to capture the importance of mythology for the ancient Greeks. The mythology is the integral part of their society, their social behavior, their belief, their religious tradition. Mythology also inspired them in their art, in their decoration of their temple. Also, mythology was used during that time period as a politic propaganda.
So again, it comes down to a lot of research and working very closely with the historians to make sure that the actions and the behaviors of what people are doing in the world is credible to our time period. So the meteorite system is still present, people still live their own lives, they have their own schedule.
We were really lucky that our historical characters had quite a bit of information about them. You know, you have Plato's accounts of Socrates and who Socrates was and how he would infuriate people with the amount of questions he asked. And then we looked at historical documentation and the different myths and legends and the stories to help us craft the fictional characters and who we knew we wanted to represent, who we knew we couldn't leave out, and craft their personalities based on that.
I'll do my best with what you've told me. Good luck.
The heroes of the past, the legends, the myths, the philosophers, it is an amazing cultural setting to explore.
Alright, that's the video. It ended a bit abruptly actually. But yeah, that is the behind the scenes making of the Odyssey. Actually quite interesting, like some parts of it. I did see a video before, but it has been a while. Also, hey there, Blue Tech. How's it going, mate? But yeah, let me go ahead and start the game here. Alright. Yeah, they did run out of sharks. It's kind of funny because every time there's like an interview about Odyssey as well, like even outside of his making of video, they always mention the sharks. Like, did you know there are sharks that actually, you know, eat people that you Sparta kick off your ship? It's like the first time the series has sharks, we have to mention them everywhere. But yeah, what I found interesting is actually that they are very open about, you know, how much they focus on the gameplay side of things, right? Like every single section was very focused on gameplay and gameplay advantages and stuff. And you have to give it to them, like what they try to achieve, you know, they kind of like manage to achieve. It's just they really want to create their own game, right? They don't, like, not once has the assassins ever been mentioned in the video, or like the importance. I mean, the importance of a series has been mentioned with like the concepts that I talked about, but it's very simplified, right? So focus clearly is like on making the most fun gameplay, I guess. So it just scrubs, so we have to restart the game again. Hold on. I accidentally tapped out of OBS. Also, have a Grace. How's it going? Good date here. But yeah, it's just a very much gameplay focused game, in my opinion. And the making of definitely makes it clear as well. Like, for example, how they created the naval combat to be, I guess, dynamic rather than realistic. It's like a clear intentional choice that they made. But yeah, today we are going to hunt the rest of the cultist foe. I also want to do the last mythical beast, the Medusa. And once that is finished, you basically only have a main quest left, which isn't that much at this point. Like, we have to do the 2 battles, and kill Cleon, and fight Deimos. And then it's basically going to the, like, straight to the ending, essentially. I've also thought about it again, and I decided to actually skip all the DLC for Odyssey. I was kind of like watching reviews again and watching gameplay once more. Like, I kind of thought for a while that I would just like maybe do the Fate of Atlantis, since it has like story importance for Valhalla. However, what I'm gonna do instead is, since there's only like 30 minutes of story importance for Valhalla with modern day, is actually similar to how we just watched the video, watch the modern day scenes together. Instead of like playing 15 hours of the DLC, 14 of which are like basically just gameplay grind and me not enjoying the storytelling at all. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and skip both DLCs. I'm gonna be doing like a short summary of Legacy and also watch a review video together, so I have like a bit of a plan of what happened there. Because I still wanna highlight that since it's technically canon. And the Fate of Atlantis, we're gonna watch like all the modern day scenes and have that. But yeah, I'm not gonna be playing them because I really don't enjoy both DLCs, to be quite honest. And yeah, you know, just don't wanna have a bad time playing more of this game than I can bear, I guess. I'm just gonna be open about that. Like, it's you know, just what feels good to me, I guess. And we're still gonna have all the story importance being covered of a serious playthrough. So yeah, we're gonna head straight to Valhalla after the main game and after having summarized the DLCs and what they're about. So yeah, that's a plan for the rest of the playthrough. Maybe get to the ending today and then do the DLC summary. With map unavailable. Okay, where are we actually? Alright, we just fought the Cyclops. That's what we did. It's going right. Finally got a day off after being in that horrid class all weekend. Oh, that's good, Grace. I'm glad you have some time off. You know, it gives you a bit of time to recover from that the class. You can't give Psycholexios the time of day. That's where you love how your phone has saved the word Psycholexios and you don't have to type it out. Yeah, that's great when the phone kind of like learns what you've been writing. But yeah, that's Psycholexios for you. You just have to talk about him. And it's actually beautiful here. That's something I enjoyed in the making of video, actually, is when we talked about the vistas and how, Greece is very mountainous. And I mean, I think, apart from like some of the colors being very saturated in some parts of the world, it's like definitely very, very beautiful game world that they created. I mentioned that a couple times before during this playthrough, but that's something I legitimately enjoy in Odyssey. Alright, so we have finished the third beast. So what we can do now is actually hunt some more cultists. So I think this guy is actually a Melite, and we have to do quests in Pevka to unlock him. However, I did have a look where he would roughly be located, and I believe, if I remember correctly, he should be up here somewhere. In Kidonia. So let's have a look around this place. I'm not sure if he actually spawns if you don't do the quests. But wanna have a look. So he's kind of like clothed like a warrior, and I'm pretty sure he has like a red type of like cloak. He's also like worshipping a statue apparently in Kidonia somewhere. Not like a huge place, so we should find him fairly quickly, I think. If he is here, that is.
I need to stay hidden.
I think that's him actually. Yeah, that's him. Nice. Found that guy. Also, that's death pose. Your underwear is exposed. This is not viewable for children. You only ate cookies for dinner. I mean, why not? What kind of cookies have you?
The cult of Cosmos will burn the old world to ashes and build anew.
Found Iocaste the Seer. The god's breath, the mystic sage, held the world by its heart. It was Iocaste who fed the oracle of Delphi her lies to tell. It was Iocaste who instructed Chryses to abduct Deimos and raise the child as her own. Iocaste perverted every prayer, every religious rite, turning every act of worship into an offering for Cosmos. Okay, let's hunt her as well. Okay, so she's up in Chios, which means we have one in Chios, one on Lemnos, one on Lesbos. That's 3 cultists we can hunt up there. And then we're only missing this one, who's part of the main story, so we can actually take out everyone and do a mythical quest and then focus entirely on the main story. So I don't want to call it too early, but I think we might get to the ending actually today. Tonight rather. So we're gonna go first to Chios, get a viewpoint there, go to Lemnos and then to Lesbos. First we go to Andros, and we could actually get distracted and hunt another Cyclops. It's the Ropus. The one who one-shot killed us like 2 streams ago. I still haven't beat him. If he exactly went out on us, he bought like 4 different types of cookies and threw a cookie party for himself. I mean, that sounds nice. Good variety. Yeah, I had some carbonara earlier, but a bit differently. The way my sis actually had it in Italy, which was like a bit of variation with like tomatoes actually, in addition. It's kind of nice because of carbonara being very like, you know, like cheese heavy and egg heavy. The tomatoes kind of like balance it out quite well with the acidity of it. So it was very delicious. Okay, let's go up here now. We should be able to port now. Indeed. Fuck. He literally one-shotted us again. Also, I don't get how he took the second damage. It's like when he raised his club, I took like damage again or something. But that was technically a one-shot because I couldn't roll away there. Like when he hit me, I was kind of like stunned. Okay, I don't think I bother gonna fight this guy because last time he also one-shot us, even though we have like everything on our level. It's kind of ridiculous, to be honest. Like I haven't really invested into any armor or health bonus, right? Like my equipment. But I do have like all the armor on my level. So I don't know. Like, getting one-shotted kind of feels wrong. At least on hard difficulty. It's not like I'm on Nightmare. Before I forget it, we had like Malaka earlier. Let me go ahead and take care of it. And also death. You don't love combining tomato sauce with any type of meat that has a strong taste because you feel like it takes on the taste and then everything tastes like meat. So like whenever someone adds bacon or pancetta or anything similar to tomato, you absolutely hate it. Yeah, I mean that's fair. What about bolognese? I mean, you like that, right? And it's kind of like a meat tomato sauce. I mean, that takes definitely taste of the meat on quite a lot, doesn't it? Okay, we're gonna fight that guy again. Let's rather get our ship and sail. You don't mind beef that much. I gotcha. Yeah, I mean that's fair. Like bacon usually also is like kind of like pre-prepared already or like smoked or whatever. Yeah, definitely has a very strong like additional flavor for sure. Oi. Alright, so somewhere around here should be the port. We can summon the ship. There's like a tree or a bush or something inside the rock. It even moves to a wind or something. Must be like one of these hallucinations from AC Origins. Oh shit. What a fall. I don't have bacon that much myself, to be honest, but I like it like sometimes. Like in combination, you know, with like eggs, it's pretty good. Or like on a burger as well. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have done that jump in any other AC game. That's for sure. I mean, maybe in Valhalla, though I'm not sure. Like, Valhalla is very generous with the 4 damage, but I think that might have actually killed you there regardless. Like, at a certain height, you take like exponentially more 4 damage and then you die pretty quickly.
Ready to depart!
Commander on
But you can take quite a height in Valhalla, like quite a drop without taking too much damage. Right, let's go up here now. It's time to hunt some Rakahaltis. It was heavy though, he would drop down there so fast.
We are pulling up to the salvage!
It's actually nice how heavy Ava kind of like feels when climbing and stuff. I like that weight actually. Also like it on Anno, like a lot of people dislike it because it apparently creates like clunky gameplay. But I like it because for me it feels realistic. You know, like like super lightweight and super fast with all your movements isn't entirely realistic. If you have like a full sprint and you try to stop, and you wouldn't just stop immediately, you would have like a certain delay on when you stop. And it's good that Unity kind of like has that. It's just, you know, if you like move from one side to another, you get the impression it's like clunky, but you just have to like plan out your movement just how you would like in real life, really. You know, if you're like in a full sprint, you can't just decide, oh yeah, I wanna stop now. So yeah, I like it. Unity. And hey Vator, welcome dude. Yeah, we're playing some Odyssey. Maybe actually finishing the game tonight.
Yes, the tomb of Osiris, motionless, motionless like Osiris, motionless, his limbs like Osiris.
Indeed, it's Motionless Mondays. Motionless Malaka Monday. We're leaving off of Malaka's motionless. My honest opinion of Watch Dogs season. Are you not sure you want to hear my honest opinion? But yeah, I like Legion like myself. I think it's a solid game overall, and it has some very satisfying gameplay. The story isn't quite as strong as the previous two games because of the fact that you can like have anybody as a protagonist, or you can just recruit like your grandma or, you know, like a construction worker or whatever, and he becomes your protagonist, and they also say the same thing. So that really suffers in my opinion, like the storytelling aspect. But it's so like fun, the system in itself, and recruiting people. Just so the story we should be expected to like be like blown away, I guess. It does serve its purpose, but yeah, the story is a bit more average because of it. However, the Bloodline DLC is really good. I can recommend the story of it highly. Much more classic style. But yeah, the gameplay is really solid, and the game world of Dystopic London is pretty well executed, in my opinion.
We'll wait for the commander's return.
And the operative system is like fun to mess around with, like recruiting a team of operatives. And I would also recommend playing with permadeath because it kind of like adds really to the system, because you know, if you kind of like grow to like a certain character and all of a sudden you can't play the character anymore because they have like permanently died, it creates like your attachment to characters, but also the frustration, I guess, losing somebody like that. But that's what makes it like more thrilling, right? Like if you're in a fight and you're like nearly dead, you're like, oh shit, I barely saved it. And if you actually survive like really tough encounters with certain protagonists, then you also go stronger attached to them, I would say. That system is quite cool. Like, I really think Watch Dogs Legion has been like, you can't not play it with permadeath. Otherwise the whole gameplay just isn't how it's supposed to be. Yeah, Watch Dogs is Ubisoft. The first two games are Ubisoft Montreal, and Legion is Ubisoft Toronto. Yeah, I mean, if you haven't played 1 and 2, then I would definitely recommend playing those first, actually. In like release order, basically, because that's also the order of events.
This area will be well defended.
And yeah, I definitely recommend doing that first. But they're all really fun games. Very different from each other. Watch Dogs 1 is a bit more serious and gritty. Whereas Watch Dogs 2 is a bit more on the funny, comedic side and a bit brighter in its tone, I guess. But they really fit both to the place. And I actually want to Sparta kick this one if I can. I don't think I can actually.
Yeah.
Please sit down there. Yeah, doesn't work. Whoa. So yeah, definitely recommend playing Watch Dogs 1 and 2 first. Let's Malaka.
Somebody help!
Where we just like fly away. Lexus actually spit on this one. Should learn some decency towards the dead ones, even if they're your enemy. See, that's the difference between, let's say, Ezio and Cassandra / Psycholexios. Respect of the dead. I like spitting on them, and Ezio's like regressed in pace. But to be fair, Ezio wouldn't have Ezio also had the tendency towards being disrespectful with his first skill. If it wasn't for Mario, he wouldn't have learned that lesson. Oops. For some reason didn't also copy the exclamation mark. Yeah, we had one during the fight as well. Yeah, I mean, PlayStation hits, I guess, a bit of a marketing term by of Sony, I guess, you know. Often put like games that are also like a bit older, I guess, for a certain price in there, or a certain price tag. But yeah, I can highly recommend Watch Dogs 1. I think it's actually quite underrated because of the bad publicity that it got on launch. It's a similar case to Unity actually, which suffered the same. Yeah, I mean, you know, a lot of the games that are PlayStation hits are probably like hits. The thing is, Watch Dogs I definitely wouldn't count as a PlayStation hit for, because, as I said, like, you know, it had a pretty bad launch, and it kind of like flopped on release. Was it like awfully a lot played, you know? It's not quite the same as like God of War or Spider-Man or Horizon or something. Very different perception of it. Okay, so when I get a viewpoint, we're gonna have a deeper look into the island to see if we can uncover one.
Off we go now. Yeah. Come on.
What do you mean by technical person? Yeah, I'm definitely like usually invested into like the creation process of like if it is games or movies or TV shows and stuff like that. I like to know the people that are creating these experiences or what their visions are, I guess. And just like you know, just being entertained by the game. If I like to do my research on that type of stuff. And Hey Tower. Yes, I have played the Spider-Man game. I haven't played the Miles Morales game yet. I definitely intend on rectifying that. Who's Psycholexios? The protagonist that we play as. Basically, I do psychopathic choices with Alexios. And basically going for ones that only give us the most profit. Have the worst outcome. And yeah, just like generally confrontational dialogue choices, I guess. If we can lie, we lie. If we can deceive, we deceive. If we can kill, we kill. So yeah, doing like all of that stuff. Right. Let's go ahead to the next cultist.
Lower the sail!
Yeah, that emote is amazing. Thanks to Maxi for uploading that in Discord. I just had to make that a better TTV emote. Ah, okay. Fair enough, Levy. Yeah, you don't have those on your phone. I guess you could see it in the chat display on stream. But yeah, that's fair.
Lower the oars!
Commander's left the helm! You're released!
It's kind of funny that earlier in the making of Scott Phillips said the Barnabas is your captain. Which, you know, isn't really the case. Like, you get to be the captain and he kind of like, you know, is going to be like your first mate. I think it's kind of funny because he's also the guy who was like, could you fight elephants in Origins? Like, he never seems to get anything like right about what's actually the case in the games. That's not very nice. Just said get the fuck out of here.
Someone's here! I hope.
I know why the entire region is like restricted, to be honest. But it tapped out of for a second and went like, what emote, what do you mean? Yeah, that's the thing with BTTV, right? Would be great if that's actually like displayed on mobile as well. Kind of like as an extension. Would be good to have. Would you take the helm to call you commander? Yeah, Barnabas just did actually. He said like commander left the helm or something. But the thing is, like very early in the game, when you get the ship right from Barnabas, he kind of like makes a comment about that he owes his life to you, so you kind of become like captain of a ship.
Did you stretch your wings? Hmm?
I would say something along the lines of that he's kind of like leaving, you know, the role of a captain to you basically for saving his life. So and I mean Barnabas never, you know, does any captain roles on a ship either. He's just like, he has like the role of first mate, right? So yeah, I don't really think he's like actually a captain. Because he never takes that role in the game, you know. Tower lit game damage numbers are so funny for this game. Yeah, dude, like you just deal like millions of damage basically. I think last year when I had my completionist run I did like 10 million damage with like some hits. Actually insane. What are you guys doing? Level 73? 20 levels above us? I wonder how that works, because the level cap for regions is 50, I think. So I seem to like purposefully are placing like very high level enemies in your face. Even though there's no region that actually has that level.
They'll be on high alert here.
Okay, so I haven't read up on Starpiss, I don't think. Let's do that real quick. Oh, hold on. That's a Starpiss. Starpiss is the Cyclops. This one is Eobates. Calculating at mysterious everywhere and nowhere. Unwhere is feared as Eobates of Lemnos and the bloodthirsty mercenaries fighting in his name. Under careful planning, these rogues became a force of terror and oppression across the lands. And as mercenaries knew no borders, he was able to take where other soldiers simply could not. But good thing you don't do stealth, Psycholexios. Yeah, but this time. I mean, we can do some stealth, I guess, but we can't do stealth kills. Fire! Let's have Malaka. Died with his last words being Malaka. Oh damn, I think we're still cooldown on that levy. Sorry, we went a bit too quick. That should be good now, I think. We try again. Thank you.
You deserve that worse.
Two Malakas per second. It's like too fast. Okay, let's get another viewpoint here. So have a quick way of traversing over here if we have to. Also, check the quest log, like the message board here. Maybe there's some quests. Not really. Jason, interestingly, in ancient Greece, the captain or shipmaster was the owner of a ship. They don't necessarily even know how to helm the ship. They would hire trained pilots to perform that function. So I guess Alexius is a trained pilot. Okay, that's a good point then, because I wasn't aware of it. You know, I was kind of under the assumption that the captain would basically be the commander of a ship. Kind of like similar to how it is in Black Flag. But that makes more sense then, actually. When I take that back with Scott Phillips, not knowing his shit. I mean, he didn't know his shit with Origins, but at least there he seems to be correct. But thank you for clearing it up, Jay. I actually had no idea that the captain, you know, wasn't the commander as well. You found a thing that suggested that the more modern interpretation of Captain came to be in the 16 to 1700 time frame, with the colonial naval fleets at the time of the pirates. I see. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, because it's definitely what influenced me the most when it comes to like the term captain, I guess, of yeah, being like the captain of a ship. I had no idea it actually changed in its meaning. That's actually an interesting topic in general, right? Like how the meaning of certain words kind of like changed and how it has to be like differently interpreted depending on where or when it's used. Yeah, that's cool. And something. Right, so that's another kite is taken care of. So this should be the last one we have to actively seek out in the open world, actually. Because this one says we have to continue your Odyssey, like our Odyssey, which should be part of the main quest. And this one is Cleon, which also is gonna be taken care of in the main quest. So, the last one we have to actively seek out. And we can combine this with the Medusa questline, because that one is also gonna take place in Lesbos. You know, we have seen grabs of UB from some of the studio, but you like to give them the benefit of a doubt on strictly historical aspects and look them up. Yeah, that's definitely the right way to do it, Jay.
Sails down! Shift the oars! Ready oars! Sailing speed!
And I can't believe we actually will be done with this game soon. I'm so happy right now. Also, we won't be doing the DLC, so I don't have to, you know, grind for that. I'm actually really excited to get back into Valhalla. Do like a proper in-depth playthrough of that one. Yeah, I mean, there are definitely, you know, parts about this game that are well researched, I guess. Like, for example, like, you know, the game world in itself, I guess, and the way it's been realized. But they definitely throw in some kind of like aspects to either benefit inclusion, or I guess kind of like awe, kind of like being in awe of like a certain location. And over-exaggerating that for that purpose, or like also for like gameplay, right? With like the naval battles, or the like actual like conquest battles. It couldn't be further away from how history happened, I guess. And if you just see like actual combat experts react on these battles, it's, you know, it's very quickly clear that. That was as far away from history as it could be. But I still agree with Jay that, you know, we should give them the benefit of doubt and look things up if we believe they're wrong. But yeah, I've done it definitely with like a lot of the aspects in this game. Like also with the Discovery tour last year, I uncovered like a lot of things where they clearly state, you know, that's not historically accurate, but we still had it in the game. So yeah, it's not always like a case of like, you know, them not knowing their shit. It's also like them consciously making certain decisions, like, you know, creating, like they had that historical research that some of the statues were much smaller. Like the famous Athena in Athens. But they wanted to have that, you know, kind of like feeling of you can see it from very far away.
I should be extra careful in this area.
So they made it like 10 times as big. And yeah, it's just something, I guess, it's good to know, right? Like it's their decision, their creative decision to make that it's good to know that that's not how it actually was. And hey there, Lucinda. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. How's it going, everybody? Welcome, raiders. To some Malaka Monday. We're playing AC Odyssey, trying to finish the game tonight. And yeah, hunting a lot of cultists right now. How's it going? How was the rest of The Last of Us? Also, hey there, the Romanian. Welcome in. You never get to raid me. Yeah, I'm glad you guys could manage to come by and say hello. So yeah, I really hope you had a good time today with the game. It really seemed quite intense when I last checked on your stream. That seems to be a pretty intense game in general, actually. It was good you played surprisingly well today for not playing the game for over a year. Oh damn. I mean, that's great, Lucinda. Kind of like getting straight back into it and not, you know, really struggling. It's great when that happens, when you don't have to like fiddle around with the controls too much. Okay, hold on. Okay, that's the quest we're looking for. However, I'm gonna go for the cultist first. I'm gonna take care of that Malaka. It is The Last of Us, one of those games that can go sideways really fast if you make mistakes. Ah, I gotcha. Yeah, but it's one of those games I still haven't like really played or watched that much. But I heard like so many good things about. It's kind of like on my like mental list of games I have to like definitely play at some point. Because it really seems to be like a classic for a lot of people. Have you played the game before, Lucinda? It has a great story. It's one of the few games that can make you cry. You love it. It's awesome, Lucinda. I definitely know that feeling when you kind of get like very emotionally invested into some stories or like moments. But a lot of games can awaken that in me, but there's a lot of AC games that can. But also other ones. Like recently I watched Playing Catch Up play Ori. And that game also like actually makes you quite emotional, I have to say. Even though it's like such a simple story and like kind of like simple kind of like presentation, I guess, but it's still sort of well made. But yeah, there's also games that make me cry, but not because I got sad or emotionally invested, but rather because of like how awful they are in storytelling. So that also happens sometimes. Okay, let's have a read up on this guy. Kotros the Bow. A cooler little man than Kotros of Lesbos there was none. Having been a fighter himself, he knew to stock his forces with prize fighters from the arenas and pits. Their glory would be his. Though he marched them under the Dalian League banners, and though they were feared, none knew he offered their lives in battle, a sacrifice to Cosmos. Oh. Let's end his reign. Hey there. We impaired this guy like 6 times or something.
Strike you down. March for a Spartan!
We still had to confirm his skill by impaling him once more. Six people. Let's go. Oh yeah, that damage is in there. A lot of those critical hits actually. Let me go to bed now. Long day tomorrow. Much love. Take care and stay safe, please. You tell me how things went. No worries whatsoever, Levy. I hope you have a good moving process. Hopefully it's not gonna be too stressful and it's gonna go smoothly. And yeah, I'll talk to you very soon, Levy. Definitely tell me how it went. And have a good night as well. I also tell you how the rest of Odyssey went, if we're gonna finish it today. But yeah, we see how it goes. Yeah, I will. Right, so now that we have taken on Leonidas as well, basically I've taken on everyone that isn't part of the main story. So, yeah, what we can do next now is do the last Mythical Beast quest, which is down here. It's called Romancing the Stone Garden. And once that is finished, we can fully concentrate on the family storyline. And I think the way I'm gonna finish the storyline, since there's 3 total, is gonna be family, then Fate of Atlantis, or not Fate of Atlantis, the Atlantis storyline. Fate of Atlantis is the DLC. And then the Cardis ending, because even though Atlantis and Cardis ending kind of like sports each other a little bit. Cardis ending is, I think, the most worthy ending, I guess.
What are we going to do?
Or most like ending like sequence. It's kind of like difficult to say, but yeah, I think that's the order I'm gonna make it. And hey there Beyond, welcome dude. Indeed, we're playing more Odyssey. We're trying to finish the game tonight actually. And yeah, hopefully we're getting there. That was not sarcasm. But that was sarcasm, wasn't it? Yeah, I mean, that's fair. It's not like, you know, stealth is unviable in this game. It's just not encouraged a lot, in my opinion. At least in, like, you know, a lot of, like, boss fights and conquest battles, all that type of stuff. But yeah, you have the invisibility, and I mean, if you have the right outfit, pilgrim outfit, I think that's what it's called. You can just, you know, like, stay invisible forever. Which is ridiculous, but, I mean, it does make you stealthy, I guess. Yeah, I mean, what I meant is, you know, that there's like parts of the game that are very strong, I guess, and that you have to do that don't allow you to do stuff whatsoever. Like the conquest battles. Found you on a position 4 meters away. It's visible. There you are. You wanna die as well? Nice. Have a level up. Let's actually get to the blacksmith. I wanna upgrade my my gear further.
It's been too long. What will I do?
What do you need?
$10K. Yeah, let's do it. I think favorite weapon is the Sword of the Kings. Which effect did the Sword of the Kings have again? I kind of like forgot. Was that the one that lets you rush assassinate one more time?
Thank you.
Instant charging. Yeah, that would actually be quite useful in Odyssey because the charging takes longer than Origins. So that would be quite a benefit actually. Also, I reckon the damage is actually better than in Origins, isn't it? If you have like a build that focuses on like body damage.
Sense of evil is upon her. She worships a writhing thread. She must face justice.
No, listen to me. Listen. Lilia is still out there. The creature took her, but she can still be saved. Help me, please.
Oh, how she twists the truth. She sacrificed her own lover to the writhing thread. How dare you bring your curse upon us?
Yeah, dude, I can recommend it. It's actually fun. You know, just going like full combat. Yeah, it's definitely fun. Like, you know, finding a playstyle warrior and doing like all the damage.
Thanks for sharing. Well,
But yeah, I don't know. It's still not my favorite combat system though. I don't think it's like a bad combat system. It just, you know, it's just like so flashy and ability heavy. I like more realistic and like visceral brutal combat. Like, you know, Valhalla is like such a difference, and I much prefer that one. Like, you know, kind of like seeing like more like brutal moves. Not that all the moves are like super realistic in Valhalla, but you know, it's not like literal superpowers, I guess, most of the time. Yeah, the Achilles armor is quite good. Isn't the Achilles armor like literally inspired from the movie with Brad Pitt? I think it's It's very, very similar looking. I do prefer Valhalla's combat. You want a combination of Origins and Valhalla. Yeah, I think... I mean, like, to be honest, I think Valhalla did almost everything better. Like, kind of like advancing from Origins. But I think Origins had a pretty good balancing system, though, like in combat. Like with the damage numbers and all that type of stuff. But I really like how Valhalla kind of like evolutionized the combat a bit further, I guess, you know, like giving it all the more animations, but also the weak point system, the dual wielding mechanics, and all the different weapon types you have. Give you like quite a nice variety. Also like the amount of enemy types you have, right? You have like over 20 in Valhalla. Odyssey has like, I think, maybe 5 enemy types or something. And I guess Origins, I think Origins has a few more than Odyssey. I'm not sure. But I mean, Valhalla really upped the like types of like enemies that you face. Valhalla has better mechanics, but also managed to streamline it better as a means for players to interact with the world. Yeah, you definitely have learned some of the lessons from Origins, and it makes sense, given that it was the same team working on the same engine. Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, I love that you can actually parry arrows. I kind of like how in Origins, you know, you have like the auto parry with Bike. Like for example, if you use dual daggers and Bike is kind of like automatically, you know, deflecting them. It's very convenient. But actually nailing like the parry timing in Odyssey and Valhalla is also quite nice. Yeah, it's like a weirdly satisfying thing in Origins when you have like the dual daggers and I kind of like deflects all the arrows. Just looks super badass. But yeah, that's Bike for you. An absolute unit.
Look at you, a finely tuned instrument of justice. Help us destroy this vile woman.
Misthios! The gods are real. Help me, please!
Silence, snake.
What's going on?
We will bring this evil creature to justice.
They're lost in paranoia. They think I sacrificed my Ligia to the creature in the forest.
Hold your forked tongue. This walking curse is in league with a writhing dread.
She just looks scared to me.
Please, the creature took Ligia. If I die here, who will save her?
I mean, usually Psycholexios wouldn't, you know, kind of like help her, but we have to do it to do the Mythical questline. So, I'm gonna go and, of course, help her. Oh yeah, imagine having Missa Reverso in Origins. That's like another thing, right? Like all the like small mechanics you have in like Valhalla. I think it's very mechanical, you know, like different button prompts you can combine. There's actually a video that Stealth Gamer BR recently uploaded on YouTube. He's like one of the stealth gamers that uploads a lot of videos for like Unity, but also Valhalla. And like the way he combines the mechanics that Valhalla has is actually so damn good to see. It's really good. But you're beginning to appreciate the stealth system in Valhalla. It's harder because it's more realistic. You understand it better now, so you can like clear out an enemy camp with just stealth. It's way more rewarding than in previous games. And you know what? I actually agree with that. You know, like if you go on Reddit, a lot of people say like, you know, Valhalla is straight up broken stealth. And even like, you know, high ranking people of like YouTube that do like regular stealth videos, they like all are basically universally saying the stealth system is completely broken in Valhalla. And I would agree that some things are still not fixed, right? For example, like if you go from one bush to another, sometimes you would be covered and they would still detect you. That's like clearly a bug. It's not supposed to happen. But there's some scenarios, you know, where they literally think it's broken even though it's not. you know. Like for example, if somebody detects you and you cover behind a wall, it will kind of like still shoot to the position where you last hit, and you will get the input that they're attacking you. But they're not attacking your position where you stand right now, but the last position you had. And that's something a lot of people don't understand, right? They literally think they're still seeing you through the walls, which is not the case. So it's definitely a lack of understanding for some of the mechanics in Valhalla that some people seem to have with the stealth. And I also think that you say like it has become more challenging and more realistic because they upped the vision cone range, for instance. Like in Origins, you could stand 10 meters in front of the enemy and they wouldn't engage open combat, they would still be in alert modus, you know. In Valhalla, they would spot you on like 30 meters or something, which is more like, you know, punishing, but it is more realistic as well. And I agree, like it gets more rewarding if you actually, you know, stay stealthy. So I don't think it's like, you know, perfect, and I think there's some minor issues with it. But I think a lot of people are over-exaggerating when they say, you know, the whole stealth system is like broken. I don't think so. Some people trip alarm by accident. You think the problem is that Valhalla wasn't able to communicate the mechanics of the world properly as regards to stealth? Yeah, I think so as well, actually. That's like a general thing with Montreal specifically. Like, you know, even in AC1, there are mechanics that were never like part of the tutorial or like ever explained to you. Like, for example, how to do air assassinations, how to do voting, it's a thing, or how to do like hidden blades counter kills. All mechanics in AC1 that barely any of the first time players will use. But they never tell you about these mechanics and that they exist, but if you learn them, they are, you know, like a godsend essentially. And I feel like a lot of other AC games have a lot of these like hidden things, you know. Like a lot of people say AC1 and all the other AC games up until Unity didn't have crouch, like being able to crouch. But you can hide behind small objects, right? You can't just move and crouch, which is a difference. But you can very well like crouch behind small objects and utilize that for stealth in the early AC games. And yeah, those are all things, I guess, that if you learn them, it really like benefits a lot and makes you more aware of like what some stealth systems actually have to offer. You actually have to think about the precise time you have to strike. Exactly. You know, you just can't do it anywhere. Because you really have to be aware of like where everybody stands and who's maybe having vision on you. Always said as close and shit, but the stealth in Valhalla was one of your favorites. That's all they told you. You literally stealthed whole River 8, probably because you auto-crouch like in Black Flag. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, even like outside of bushes, you can like technically crouch in Black Flag by pressing high profile and A and holding it. You basically get into this like ducking position, and you can utilize that for, you know, static crouching essentially. But yeah, I feel like Valhalla has a lot of things that people kind of like oversee. Like for example, I rarely see people actually talk about or appreciate the ISO lore, because it's actually tricky to understand for a lot of people, especially if they haven't played the earlier games. But like, holy shit, is the ISO lore good in Valhalla, and the modern day part as well. Yeah, I'm actually quite excited for Valhalla, like really am. You should play replay Black Flag. Thank goodness for Access the Animus, for the dedication to ISO lore. Dude, Access the Animus is hands down my favorite AC channel currently, I think. Also not aware, it's two guys from Italy, I think, who are basically bringing out videos constantly on like especially Valhalla. They did a lot more videos on Valhalla than Odyssey. and kind of like explain all the complicated lore. And I mean, they even translate the ESO language and actually learn like Irish and stuff like that, like Old Irish. You know, to translate like the letters in Wrath of Druids and stuff like that. It's actually crazy how dedicated they are. Yeah, I think it's a dude and his girlfriend who are working together on creating the videos. Marcus is the one who's like doing the narration most of the time, and his girlfriend, well, I think, I'm not sure if it even is his wife. Like they do like a lot of research together and stuff. And hey there, Grammy, Citizen. Yeah, they're really dedicated, dude. Especially with Valhalla, you know. They made me aware of like so many things I never knew about. And I mean, I would say I'm already quite knowledgeable on AC, but Access the Animus is on like another level entirely. With the amount of knowledge they have on like the series. Oh, Citizen? I heard it on my side. Was it sent on streamer side? Or streaming side? Ah, I gotcha. Access Animus is like Super Saiyan 92. Yeah. That's such a great channel. And I'm glad it's like one of the few, like a lot of the major AC channels on YouTube are just like, you know, criticizing the game a lot and saying like how bad it is and like convolution and stuff. And it's good to have somebody actually digging deep and, you know, kind of like actually appreciating the lore, because it is amazing. Like there's no other word for it. What Darby McDavid pulled off with the Isu Mythical connection, and what they actually rectified from Odyssey as well. Yeah, I mean that's true as well. Like a lot of people are very hyped when the game comes out, right? To kind of like get people invested, and they often like, you know, a lot of people say that they even had like a very, you know, positive opinion on the game at first. And then later on, they apparently realized how bad it actually was, and then they started to like, you know, criticize it. But yeah, what I have a problem with is, you know, when people kind of like criticize stuff like microtransactions, like Raptor has done. You know, he like did an entire video on how microtransactions are kind of like, you know, a bad thing in Valhalla and stuff. And I swear, every single video that he puts out, and he puts out a video every couple of days, right, about Valhalla, is kind of like promoting a giveaway on Helix credits. And having to subscribe for his channel, you know, to win there. So it's like profiting in both ways of the microtransactions. And I don't know, that's like, that's actually shady, in my opinion. You know, like making a video on how bad they are and then like actively profiting of them yourself. You're doing like, not even doing that, but also doing like regular videos on what's like currently available on Reddit and stuff like that, you know, constantly bringing the microtransaction aspect into his videos. Like being such a big part of his Valhalla stuff. But yeah, but what I want to say is that it's really good to have like people like Access the Animus who are, you know, like very neutral about the series. Like they don't try to take much bias. They just report the raw facts of the lore and what's got added, and they just really bring it across in a meta that's like understandable. So that's just really the best channel for me currently. Wait, in Counter-Strike you can get an auto-aim gun? from the store? What the heck? That's an actual thing? I had no idea. Ah, okay, I got you now. I was about to say. But yeah. I definitely don't need microtransactions in a single player game. But the numbers speak for themselves, right? Because according to the annual report of like Ubisoft, Odyssey and Valhalla were like the most like lucrative games, I think. But not because of like copies sold, but because of the microtransactions. Like there was actually a good comparison that somebody made where Odyssey sold as many copies as Black Flag did in half a year in 2 years. So it took 1.5 years longer than Black Flag to sell the same amount of copies. But Odyssey was more lucrative because they made more money overall with the microtransactions. And yeah, that's kind of like also one of the reasons why Infinite will be like a thing in pushing that live service model further. Yeah, I mean that's true also, like with the pandemic as well. I think more people, you know, had like more time to play these types of games. But the point still stands, you know, that Odyssey didn't nearly perform as well on release, I guess, as a lot of the other games, but still is considered to be more of a success, you know. And that's something like always interesting, because some people will say, like, you know, like go on Reddit and will say, yeah, Odyssey is the most successful, they did the right decision, you know, to do these RPG mechanics and stuff, but it really has nothing to do with the quality of the game, but just with the microtransactions. That it has been such a success, and a lot of people don't seem to understand the actual financial impact that has gotten in AC. And I mean, yeah, having that RPG system enables them to sell more microtransactions because of all the customization and the stats, you know. You're not just buying cosmetics, you're buying also the unique stats that come with them. And some people just have the money to buy like literally everything in the store. And those guys are enough to really make a dent for Ubisoft in that aspect. It's the same with like free-to-play multiplayer games. They don't target like, you know, the regular average player. They target the ones that actually are willing to spend thousands of dollars on microtransactions. Because they spend more time than, you know, 100 people would together or something. Yeah, I definitely agree as well. Like, Odyssey was definitely another step in the direction of appealing to more people. Because that's another common theme, right? Like, a lot of people got into the AC series starting with Odyssey because suddenly you had choices. Suddenly you have like this RPG where you can choose your character and all that type of stuff, and it just appeals to a whole different group. It doesn't really appeal to a lot of old school AC fans anymore, but they will still get it like me because I'm curious, you know, what the new AC game is all about. So the core fans will still buy and play the game even though they might not appreciate the changes. You know, someone who spent like $20,000 on a mobile game? Dude. I mean, that's their money. But that's heavy. There's an NFT game that your friend's friend allegedly spent $60,000 on. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, it all has to stand in comparison to, I guess, how much money you have. So if you're not going broke and spending like $60,000 on mobile games, like, you know, I guess go ahead. But if it's like, you know, brings you into like financial ruin, then I would think twice about 60,000. But yeah, it's all like matter of perspective. I certainly couldn't spend 60,000 on mobile games.
I'll save Ligia and kill any creature that tries to stop me.
What are you saying? She will lead you to the petrified temple, and your doom.
If this writhing dread has let Ligia live, we'll need to move now. Follow me.
Careful. These people are driven by fear.
The girl's coming with me. I suggest not standing in our way.
She's whispered spells in your ear, Mistios. Citizens, we must save our city, and these interlopers must bleed.
Hide in the temple. I'll deal with these.
They worship the writhing dread. Here.
I'll kill you myself.
Yeah, cheers dude, I definitely will. Thank you for dropping by, Beyond. I do appreciate it. And for the discussion. Appreciate that as well, dude. Always good to talk about some, you know, AC stuff. And yeah, have a good night, dude. Thanks for the host. Goodbye about the whiners. Indeed. Yeah, dude, catch you next time.
You're safe now.
Safe? I don't want to be safe, Mistios. I want to look deep into Ligia's eyes just once more, even if it kills me.
I understand. I mean, Psycholexios will go for the choice that gets her killed, right? So, I'm gonna be supportive of her dying and throwing away her life.
Love might be the end of us all, but it's a price worth paying.
I polished Charon's drachmi long ago, Mistios. I'm ready.
You know, I don't want to call you forever.
My name's Brice.
Alexios.
Ligia's waiting for me, Alexios. If I'd been captured, I'd never have to wait for her.
Then let's not disappoint her. Where was she taken?
From our sanctuary, the Dread Ruins in the Petrified Valley.
And you're surprised she was taken by a creature?
It's not safe here. We need to leave the city.
Ella.
I actually quite like these northern islands and regions of Odyssey. They kind of have this like autumn type of like season look to them, which was on purposely done. Like every region kind of like was meant to represent a different, you know, kind of like climate and season. So the northern part up until Focus and over here, like Obuia and stuff, are like kind of like autumn season in a way. When you have like Mekaris and Corinthia as well as Sparta, which is kind of like summer season for most part. But you also have a difference to like actually the mountainous regions of Sparta, which kind of have like snow and represent the winter season. Very briefly at least, even though you barely get there. And actually I think this is meant to be spring, to be honest. Like Mekaris and stuff. Because down here in Messara and Pevka you have like kind of like a summer representation the more you get south. like pretty hot and like plain fields and stuff. It's kind of like the more south you get, the warmer it gets, kind of like type of deal. Autumn, spring, and then summer. They always like the autumn kind of like regions, like also Focus, I really enjoy. As well as the soundtrack they have in these regions.
Hey!
This is ours, Lygia's and mine. A forbidden place for forbidden love.
Not much of a love nest. I've seen more romantic funerals.
I found scraps of her clothes leading to the Writhing Dread's lair. Please, we need to hurry.
Time to find Lygia. You lead the way.
Actually, maybe we have to invest into some defenses once we face the Medusa. Because we've been like being one-shotted by the Cyclops. At least by Statopies.
These trees. I shouldn't be here.
So I hope we don't get one-shotted by Medusa, but I think it's gonna be fine. If not, we can always like reload an earlier save. And we can't do it yet anyways, we still have to get the disc.
Empty of life.
We enter the realm of the Writhing Dread. Listen. It's as if sound itself is afraid of what the fog veils.
It's getting hard to breathe. Even the air is dead. These statues are unnervingly lifelike, and their faces are contorted in fear.
It destroys all living things, transforming them to stone and leaving them frozen in fear for all eternity. If Lygia, if she's stone, how will we bury her? She'll never meet Charon. Lygia! Lygia!
Breach, wait! Malaka! Better go after her.
You know, it's kind of interesting that you actually have like people being turned to stone here. In the logic of a main game, you know, all of this would be kind of like a bit like an illusion. Like some things might be exaggerated about this since the apple has an impact on this region. So you could assume, you know, if the people aren't actually turned to stone, they're just created to scare you by the apple. However, as we learn in Fate of Atlantis, that is not the case. You know, in Fate of Atlantis, we learn that the apple, instead of casting illusions, which they have also always done up until this point, and to microchip people, they actually turn around the DNA of whoever gets in contact with the apple and transforms them into literal Medusa, like a literal monster. So, in the logic of Fate of Atlantis, people actually have been turned to stone, which I guess would be a new magical ability of the apple again. Yeah, it's kind of interesting because the main game never sets it up in that way, right? It really sets it up in the way of this is an illusion, and this would make so much more sense for the Aesidor. But then Fate of Atlantis comes along and basically throws it out of the window and says it's a true DNA manipulation and people turning into monsters. Completely altering the function that the apple had previously held. Plus giving it new abilities, right? It's more.
Lygia! That's her! Alexios, she's alive!
We need to get inside, but I see no openings, and the walls are too smooth to climb.
But never stopped you, Alexios.
She shouldn't be in there. She should be in my arms. Her breath, her smell. Every night we'd meet at the dread ruins. I was late, just once. I wanted to find her a rose. Something as perfect as she is. This is my fault. If I'd gotten there in time.
It's your fault. Yeah, it is.
This is your fault. What were you thinking, meeting in a cursed valley full of fog?
We didn't believe the stories.
You invited death. And when it answered, Legia faced it, alone.
But I will make it right.
What do you know about this place?
Legia is a daughter of Artemis. Her people trained here long ago. A legend tells of an ancient artifact they recovered in a pit full of snakes. She believed they still had it, hidden in their village on Chios.
I'll find it.
There's also a mercenary, a man who claims he killed the creature.
Impossible.
But many believe him. He might know something.
I'll find a way inside, and then I'll kill this creature.
And I'll find Legia the rose I should have given her that night. Someone, I tell you, in another time will remember us.
The poet Sappho.
Our favorite. Please, Alexios, hurry.
Region of the Ancient Pearl.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually a fitting quote to use here. It actually surprised me that Alexios knows the author. But yeah, given that we review these memories in the Animus, right, it actually is fitting because we literally are remembering them. Also, what are these particles here that are static and yeah, we're actually moving very slightly. I like how the mercenary has been programmed to still chase you into the writhing dead. It's like they're really determined to get you. Even facing Medusa if they have to. Right, back to Chios we go. Which the Huntress village on Chios. Sure thing.
Ella. The daughters of Artemis are where Brice said they'd be. The cave with the key must be nearby. This looks like the place. This is it. Here we are.
So fighting the hunters actually a bit nasty sometimes because they like arrows and stuff and pretty good range abilities. Yeah, we have to fight a few of them, I guess.
he's not here. Ugh, must be in another cave.
Oh shit, I didn't expect her to actually kill both of them. That was an accidental stealth call. I was meaning to start combat. But that's the thing, right? Like, the more damage we get in combat, the more likely it is for us to like one-shot people, like, accidentally. Also happened before that I like kind of like, you know, backstab somebody with like a single light attack. And it like kills them. Which I didn't expect. And we did like a stealthy kill because of it. So that doesn't count as stealth here because I actually got detected just before I killed her. Like once the radius goes red basically, I can kill them. Okay, let's go ahead to another cave here. Let's go inside this cave. Anything in here? There should be something.
No key. I'll keep looking.
That's of course the last camp. Gives you like Unity flashbacks when you try to find the right painting in the most difficult heist. It's like the last one. Psycholexios doesn't run like a wimp, he stands and fights like a maniac. Yeah, I know, sometimes I can't be bothered like doing like these super long fights or like fighting so many at the same time. But yeah, that's true, we have to cure everybody. Wow, that should be the cave we're looking for. go.
It opens the writhing dread's lair, like they say.
Nice. Okay, so I don't believe you actually have to talk to a mercenary who fought the Writhing Dread. aka Medusa. You can just, I think, straight up go to the location and do it, since we have it as now. Or maybe they still force you to do it. Like maybe Legia forces you. I think she did last time. Or the time before. Caged and enraged. That's the one. Yeah, I think I have to do this. Actually. Oh, that's up here. Like, we can pop it directly, so that's not too bad, actually. And hey there, Jamal. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow. And how's it going?
There's the temple on the hill.
Our lives are like the rising and setting of the sun.
Okay, I wonder if I actually can attack him already. Can't.
Excuse me?
We're born into darkness and rise up to the greatest peaks, before descending into darkness once more.
A warrior and a sophist. This is a first.
It is not philosophy, it's truth. Learned through violence, fate, and seeing evil. True evil.
You're talking about the writhing dread?
The creature. When it ambushed us outside, we thought only of survival. My spear allowed me to stay out of its gaze. I was lucky. My friends weren't.
Give me the spear. Maybe go for a confrontation option, so...
Give me that spear.
We are warriors. To let it go without a fight would be to dishonor my fallen friends.
You're no match for us Laconians!
Alright, let me try something here. Over here, friend. Okay, never mind. Can't put him down here, it seems. That's a shame. Yeah, indeed. I'm having a 60 FPS game. I'm playing on PC, so that's how I can do it. Well, I think the new gen also received a 60 FPS patch recently. The PC isn't the only one anymore that has it.
Nothing special about this spear.
Can't I not Sparta kick like anybody? Maybe this other guy. Thank you.
That's the last mistake you'll ever make!
Right. So I think we're ready to do the Medusa quest now. I hope we have enough health to actually sustain the fight, because she's gonna do some damage for sure. I can actually invest another skill point into my critical chance and maximize my damage further. So our equipment is on the current level, but we don't really have any bonuses for like health or stuff like that. If you went for like a more offensive build. So there's a chance, I think, that she would like one-shot us with some abilities, but I'm just gonna try and see how it works out. But yeah, usually the combat gets a lot more enjoyable to me if, you know, enemies die quickly, and if it means being like squishy on myself, then it's definitely something I would gladly take. Instead of just, you know, like hitting the same enemy type like 50 times before I die.
The mercenary knew nothing. He never made it inside the lair.
Then it was a waste of time. Lygia waits and we've done nothing to help her.
Not exactly. The mercenary carried this spear, which she claims killed the riding dread.
No, the creature took Lygia. It can't be dead. It waits in its lair even now.
Then there may be a piece of this puzzle we don't yet understand.
Have you found a way inside the lair?
Lygia's story was true. The daughters of Artemis were protecting this disc. Key. This... I have what opens the lair.
And you didn't hurt any of the daughters when you took it?
I killed them silently. Yeah, let's do the lie option. I mean, we didn't kill them silently, that's for sure, but it's a bad option, so to say. Indeed, yeah, I'm playing on PC, but on an Xbox One controller.
They didn't hear me or my blades, but they felt them breeze.
Why? Why would you?
This disc is a prized possession. If I hadn't killed them, I never would have made it out alive, and Lygia would be lost.
I suppose you did what you had to. Lygia's worth any price.
Wow. It's like, yeah, I don't care if some people died. It's for Lygia.
Breeze, wait!
Lygia! Lygia!
Malaka! Breeze! You have no idea what you're... Breeze! Only one myth speaks of turning victims to stone.
Lygia? Lygia? It's me, Prince.
Breeze!
So that's like the tactic against the Medusa, basically just hide behind the wards and shoot her. She like tries to hit you with her range ability. Because you don't want to get into the dark side of her. It hurts way too much. It really slows it down as well.
Must have picked up the artifact and transformed into that creature. I wonder how many people have become the writhing dread over the centuries.
There we go. The last mythical beast slain. It's actually way better than I expected it. I didn't really take any damage from Medusa as well. Like, if she would have done the step attack, I think she might have would have one-shotted us, but whenever she tried, we kind of like dodged it, and we didn't really get her get close either. And yeah, this like whole tactic, you know, of like hiding behind the pillars and also like having, you know, visibility where you can kind of like shoot out of cover. That's actually one of the really nicely implemented mechanics that I like in Odyssey, that I like new. That really helps a lot.
Someone, I tell you, in another time, will remember us.
Eva Trey. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow. And how's it going? We just beaten the Medusa. Yeah, that means we have now finished all the 4 mythical creatures, which means at this point we could actually do the ending for Atlantis already. However, we're gonna hold off of that until we have finished the family main story. But yeah, that's actually the only thing left to do now at this point. So, yeah, let's have a look where the next main quest would actually be. Stop by Hitokri. Yeah, the next quest would be to go to the Battle of Pylos. Cheers, dude. It's going good. You're almost done with the Atlantis DLC. Then you're going New Game Plus. Nice, dude. Very nice indeed. What kind of playstyle are you playing? Are you more focusing on combat or stealth or range? Warrior, nice. Yeah, that's what I go for on this playthrough as well. We're going for like a no stealth challenge. So I can only kill people in combat. I can't like stealthily kill people. It's a bit different because usually I go like over stealth builds in like any AC game. Like even Odyssey I would usually play primarily stealthy. But yeah, this time I want to switch up, force myself to combat.
That's right. Come on.
You're gonna go a 0 stealth playthrough next. Nice. It's definitely fun. Like, you know, not caring about stealth sometimes. Have you played Valhalla yet? Going to heavy blunt build. You have played Valhalla, but it keeps bugging out on you, so you went back to Odyssey. Oh damn, dude. It sucks. But yeah, it's understandable if Odyssey runs more stable for you currently. Keep having the flying Eivor thing happen. So it just like starts going to the air all of a sudden. Damn. I never had that happening before, except for like a quest where it was like supposed to happen. Yeah, I mean that's annoying, for sure. What platform are you playing on? Yeah, it's understandable. Like if the game would just like constantly bug out on me, I would be definitely annoyed as well. Yeah, I played Valhalla on release, and fortunately I didn't have like any game-breaking bugs. But I guess I can also count myself a bit lucky. Bug that annoyed me the most that I had was kind of like an audio bug where the same kind of like drum conquest preparation music was like playing over and over. got really old really fast. I had a stream where I was like literally listening to it for like 4 hours straight because there was like no other music being played anymore. Yeah, I mean it's not you know like a glitch where you would like have like gameplay disadvantage or like a game breaks or something. But it's like for me specifically very annoying bug because you know I really love the music in Valhalla and I want to listen to like the actual ambient music. So it was like a bit irritating. But yeah, it's not like, you know, actually breaking the game. But yeah, soon we're gonna go back to Valhalla. I'm quite looking forward to it actually. Because I love that game.
Send these Athenians to Hades!
Alright, let's do this. Crit for. Psycholexios for.
Leonidas!
This fight is between you and me.
And it is one you cannot win.
If Leonidas dies, his blood is on your hands.
His sword and every one of your friends!
Are you mad? We can still stop!
Enough! We will not stop!
I don't want to kill you, Cassandra, but I will stop you!
My name is Demos!
Ow. Exactly, Grammy. It's the battle of Psychos. There can only be one Demos. What the fuck? Sad. Can't attack her. She has like a shield or something. Love his ability, so like holy shit. Oh. just like busy dodging right now. Fuck. Jesus. This fight is so ridiculous.
If we continue, one of us will die.
Isn't that the point?
I found Mater.
Finally reunited, only to lose each other again!
This is the most stupidest scene. And now look what happens to Alexis. Once you make a choice here, it's like, you know, first Cassandra gets hit in this exact perfect moment, you know, by a falling tree. And what happens then? Alexius gets also hit by a tree. Who actually thought of that? You know, it's like, okay, how do we end this epic bando? Oh yeah, both get hit by a tree. Oh, Jesus. You know, you can sustain all these superpowers. Fire damage, whatnot. But a tree is what ends you. And both, you know, one after the other. Chances of it happening, though.
You're cold-blooded. I would have done the same at Pylos. Of course, that's not the first time you cast me away to die.
Oh, so that's what they told you.
It's what I know.
So, what? I'm a prisoner until I'm killed?
That's the plan. Or I could come in there and end you anytime I please. But before that, tell me what you know.
I thought your cultists told you everything. Sounds like you're on their side, but they're not on yours.
You think I'm just a puppet? Then prove it to me. Tell me why I'm on the wrong side. Convince me. I dare you.
What do you want to know?
Everything you claim to be true. But after this, I kill you. Why was I abandoned that night on the mountain?
Don't forget getting stabbed 47 times and then shot 9 times. That's right, Gizleg. Yeah. But yeah, it's kind of funny, like, you know, the timing on that. Like on both trees falling and knocking them out. Also, I don't like they took away our sunhead and also our Psycholexios look. They kind of like disabled everything. Okay, let's just blame it on the cult.
Ask the people who want me dead, who treat you like a fucking god.
You dare insult the ones who didn't leave me to die?
They were the ones that sent you over that cliff!
I gave them victory! They would throw away their champion? Malaka!
You have the cult's weapon, the cult is using you, the cult knew they were losing. So I wanna go for like the most negative choice. The best choice I actually can go for is that they're using her. Because that makes her doubt the cult actually, and you know, kind of makes her realize, okay, yeah, that's actually true. However, we don't go for the best ending, right? And I think the cult knew they were losing is like the worst of these choices to make. Yeah, I think they basically de-equip everything Gizleg.
They know the power of Athens. Look around you. They were scared.
Athens is crumbling. Cleon has the power now.
Until they kill every enemy, until they kill me, they don't have Athens.
But they will claim it.
Kite wants to dominate the world. To try a family, the kite will dispose of you. Let's go for this.
Wake up, Cassandra. The moment you fall, they'll find someone else. Someone more controllable. Why do you think they want me too?
You think they want you? If the cult wanted you, they would have saved you. If Myrine wanted you, she'd be here. Accept it. No one wants you.
One day, you'll realize their future doesn't include people like us.
Then I wasn't meant to belong anywhere.
Themos, we've been searching for you.
And you are here. In the gutter. I heard shouting.
It's nothing.
Leave. Now! This was not your action to take, girl.
Do whatever you want with him.
I intend to. Now go. Keep in mind, you put yourself in the cell.
I don't recall doing that.
You have to understand. This is all for Athens, Alexios. Pericles would have impoverished the entire city. The people were living in squalor.
So you had him murdered?
You can't find the perfect yolk without breaking some of the quail's eggs. He wasn't right for us.
So yeah, it's kind of interesting, but if you actually convince Cassandra of her being used by the cult, or Demos I guess, then she would actually antagonize Cleon and would be like, you know, don't tell me what to do. But we didn't try to do that, so her action basically confirms we made the wrong choice, which is what we want, right? We want like the worst outcome possible. So there's like no way back for Cassandra of not being Demos anymore. Malaka.
Killing your adversaries proves what kind of leader you are.
Oh, I'm just getting started. If only you'd be around to watch.
Come into the cell. You're here to kill me, aren't you? Let's see what happens.
Fortunately for me, there are other fires I need to extinguish. I have heard word of revolt.
Already? That was fast.
I have a plan. They can't revolt if they're dead.
I don't know how you can take on a band of rebels if you refuse to fight this one.
The act itself is out of my hands. The vote has been cast. What did I tell you? The people have given me their blessing. I use their power.
That's not democracy.
The people have chosen their destiny, Alexios. They've chosen me.
Fuck you, Cleo.
I'm not alone in this. The people of Athens have spoken without me lifting a finger. That is how you treat rebellion.
They don't know what they're agreeing to.
The cult wins, Alexios. Now, I have to see about the boat heading to Mytilene. Its people are in for a rude awakening.
By the power of the gods, halt!
Good timing.
Interesting. Death
may be the greatest of human blessings after all.
At least you tried.
Surely it's the thought that counts. Thank the gods you are alive, Alexios.
If those guards are not the last, I say we need to leave and do so quickly.
Wait, we need to talk about Cleon.
Socrates is on to that Malaka. We know what he is doing.
Be brief. His equipment, Varnavas. Come, Varnavas. Alexios, meet us at Pericles' residence. There we'll discuss all we know.
Quick, his equipment.
Steps to the Parthenon are long and built on corpses.
That would have changed in his appearance again. Amazing. Yes, we did kill Nicolas. Both him and Stentor as well. Cleon the Everyman. Cleon made his fortune in enormity until Cosmos caught on him. Pericles was refusing to go to war, and peace would be profitable for no one. The cult commanded Cleon to row the masses and force Pericles into battle. Despite Cleon's extreme efforts, he failed. Left with no alternative, Cleon took matters into his own hands and began his bloody, violent descent to power. Oh yeah, we had quite a few Malakas. I think last year we had like over 250 or something at the end. But this year we're definitely getting quite a lot through like the combat, because since I'm using fire damage, enemies have more of a tendency towards shouting Malaka. So we quite stack on those.
You made it.
Of course I did.
Varnavas was ready to go after you again.
Like he said, it's the thought that counts, right?
Apparently. Come, the others are waiting.
We were worried you wouldn't make it. Especially with every Athenian guard looking for you.
Cleon will have to do more than that to stop me. What's all this?
We've begun working on a plan to take down Cleon.
Although I hardly call it a plan. Lots of talking, not much action.
So you're taking down Cleon? Tell me the plan.
It won't be simple. His death would disrupt the peace and be worse for Athens.
He's right. We must discredit him first.
Aristophanes apparently has some play he thinks will do the job.
Some play? It is so much more than that.
Oh, don't get your tunic in a twist. I just don't see why we can't all love each other. It's so much more fun that way.
What's a play? Yeah. So part of the Psycholexios is that we basically don't ask for any additional information. We just, you know, we think we have everything figured out and we don't need any additional stuff. Plus it also cuts down the playtime of, you know, dialogue and stuff. But yeah, we already know what we have to do at every single time.
We can't just sit around. Cleon is sending a boat to Mytilene to kill the people there.
The people trust Cleon. They'll vote for whatever action he puts forth. But that does not mean we plan to do nothing.
Taking down Cleon won't be easy.
But with your help, it will be possible.
I should have stayed. Someone needed to stop Cleon.
Fools look backwards in times like these. And you're no fool. For now, we work to save Mytilene.
So that's what all this is? Some kind of plan?
Ever since I heard Cleon speak of Mytilene, I have known something was wrong, and I have been taking steps to find out just what.
Cleon should die, clearly.
If we know where Cleon is, I should just kill him.
The problem here does not end with the death of one person. We have the whole of Athens to consider. So, other methods are in play. A student of mine poses as a guard at the Acropolis as we speak. It's an unusual method, but these are desperate times.
Then they call for desperate measures.
When we first met, you wouldn't admit to tampering with the ostracism. Now you openly discuss murdering a man.
Not a man. Cleon.
Think of him as you will, but his heart beats the same as yours or mine. We don't get to decide when death comes for ourselves, so why should we for others?
Socrates, Cleon deserves to die.
As do we all, eventually, but only the gods decide when.
He decided when he sent that fleet to bring death to an entire island.
So, you believe it's good to kill one man to save 1,000?
Yes, I do. Psycholexios does. And I mean, that's kind of a way of the assassins, isn't it? You kill one tyrant to save the lives of the innocents that he threatens.
Definitely.
And what if Cleon believes killing 1,000 will save 1,000,000? Is that a good act? What defines his actions as good? For that matter, what defines yours?
I work for the greater good. I mean, Alexis doesn't really fight for either of those things, right? But they were definitely not fighting for the good though, so I'm gonna go for the truth.
The fact that it's true makes it true. You can't place Cleon and me side by side and say we're the same.
I may not, but others would. And is it not those people we must convince? Cleon is not the man they think he is.
Convince how?
With evidence. With truth, as you say.
Where do you need me to go?
To the western section of the Acropolis Sanctuary.
I'll find something at the Acropolis that Cleon won't be able to deny.
Good. I'm headed soon to speak in front of the people at the Pnyx. If you find anything that can help, meet me there.
I'll be quick.
It'll be a disaster! A disaster, I tell you!
Calm down. What are you talking about?
My masterpiece! It will change everything. Amuse, astound, titillate, and open people's eyes to Cleon's machinations. But I need you!
I'm no actor or poet, Aristophanes.
By the gods, no! It's Thespis! My leading man is missing! A play with no star is no play at all.
So where would I find him?
Thespis usually doesn't go far from his home. You'd best start there.
This shouldn't take long. Prepare the show, and I'll be back as soon as I find him.
Alright, let's go ahead and find the proof of the corruption first, which would be Socrates' quest, I think. However, currently I can't teleport for some reason. This
looks like somewhere Cleon would come.
It's kind of funny. Like, it's the Acropolis, and it says this is something like where Cleon would go. Or looks like something where Cleon would go. It's like, yeah, it's the Acropolis. It's like, you know, where all the major political players go eventually. But also the fact that it says like something to the Acropolis, right? Which is like basically the most famous place in ancient Greece, at least in ancient Athens.
High security here. This shovel looks recently used. Muddy tracks. Probably came from someone in the garden.
Cleon, your personal effects have been moved and hidden like you asked. I keep the key safe until further notice and continue patrolling the Parthenon. Polemarch Phelos.
So to get the key, I need to find the commander Phylos. Looks like someone dug here.
You can't run from this bounty. Not so far!
Kratis was right. This is exactly what we needed.
Nice. So we got that. Also have a quest to the north for play that's supposed to happen. So let's go there next.
This must be Thespis' house. Ella! You don't look like an actor. Unless you're playing an Athenian guard. Hush! I'm going to ask some questions, and you're going to answer.
But Commander Rexenor...
What's your name?
Bullis.
Well, Bullis, it's your choice whether you walk out of here. Do you understand?
Yes.
That's a close-up of Psycholexios though.
You'd better be telling me everything.
All I know is they wanted to keep this actor busy. See for yourself, he's at the tavern.
You sure that's all?
I just follow the commander's orders. I don't ask questions.
You should die.
I'm sorry, but you can't be trusted to live.
This will be easy!
Oh, that takes care of Bullis. Usually that's the guy I actually recruit on my serious playthroughs of Odyssey. But this ain't one of those. Whenever we get the chance to kill somebody, we go for it.
And then I says to him, if this is your wife, why did she charge me? I'd love to stay, but my cup's drained and I'm to perform tomorrow.
I think he's had enough.
And what business is it of yours, friend? Yeah, what's business? Oh, look at you. You'd best be leaving.
I'm here for his employer, Aristophanes.
So, he's not working now? Yes, it's not working. I like him though, Aristophanes, funny man. But opinions told him it's dangerous. That it is.
I need him sober and rested.
I don't think you understand the situation. Commander Rexenor's orders are he's not to leave. I said I'd stay. Don't want trouble.
go take your boys somewhere else. You will regret that. Get going. From your smell, you already know where the goat pens are. I'm sure they miss you.
Eyes not.
What was said? Just gonna kill everybody here. Jesus Christ, I have to go back and clip that or something. Psycholexios saying meh. What back? Yeah, that was amazing. Dialogue. It's kind of funny how they were like literally about to go away, right? And then Alexis made the meh, and they were like, "That's too much. You have to die now." Never had that outcome before.
He said, "You're behind the mask. You'll be perfectly safe," he said. You're so strong, Ekaterini. Whee! Giddy up! My parents said you'll either be an actor or a drunk. I fooled them. I became both. Told him Cleon will kill us all. It's more assaults than satire. The sausage seller was my idea. Then I will gather my, what was it again? Oh yes, sausages. Sausages. Let me tell you a secret. It's a good one. I forget. Listen to me. I love you, I do. Thank you, but you can go no further. For I know true love.
I just need you ready to perform tomorrow.
Of course, and I just need my muse. My love, I can't. I won't perform without her.
You need to sober up. This play is important.
Soze Caterini, I need my muse. Please, she's just west of here at the House of Aphrodite.
If it means you'll do the play, I'll find your muse. Sometimes I wonder if leaving Kefalonia was a good idea.
I mean, you should probably have stayed in Kefalonia. You know, not go on this Odyssey and just stay home. Sounds like a good plan to me.
Best.
Stop there! No place for you.
Muse.
Not my usual type. Too many muscles. But if you've got a drachmi, we can come to an arrangement.
Thespis said I'd find you here.
my darling Thespis, an artist in so many ways. But let's talk about us.
You don't understand. I need your help.
So many do. These hands have helped more people than Hippocrates.
No. Thespis told me to find you.
Well, I'm not giving discounts to his friends, if that's what you're thinking.
No. Thespis wants you to go to him. He needs you to help him perform tomorrow.
Thespis does love to perform, but he'll be doing it without me this time.
But you're his muse?
Commander Exenor has made it clear it would cost me my life if I were to associate with Thespis right now.
Don't worry. I'll deal with Commander Exenor.
You don't understand what a bastard he is. He's more than just some Athenian soldier.
What do you mean?
Secret meetings, strange visitors. He gives me the creeps. You'll have to kill him. There's no other option.
If I do this, will you go to Thespis?
It'd be my pleasure.
The way she says that. But yeah, this Rexenor guy is actually the last Kaitos we have to hunt before Cleon. And then we have like all of them.
Don't worry. I'll take care of him.
Bring me back his little sword as proof.
I'll be back soon.
Let no man be called happy before his death. Till then, he's not happy. Only lucky.
From a sudden swing in a vote to go to war to a stubborn politician found dead in the streets, the scars the cult left on the democracy became unmistakably and feared by all. Those were the scars. Rexenor was a blade. No matter how resilient Athenians were, his subtle hand would always usher their votes back to war and to serve Cosmos' will.
There seems little doubt that Rexenor is aligned with the cult of Cosmos.
Let's hope no one notices me here.
The bounty on your head! Iangas! Somebody help me!
What the fuck?
Help me smother the flames!
I thought I pressed Q, but I guess I didn't go the timing right. Like sometimes you can't press here if you like during an attack or if you like staggered or something. So, missed the timing there. However, it gives us some time to add another Malaka and another death.
There seems little doubt that Rexenor is aligned with the cult of Cosmos.
Πάυσε, συλλέγω!
And hey there, Mr. Goody. Welcome to it. How's it going? How are you tonight? Or this morning? I guess it must be pretty early for you.
I should stay hidden if I don't want to fight.
Nice suit. I'm glad to hear.
Don't take another step closer.
Yeah, I was about to say probably like early in the morning for you. I've seen the new montage that you posted, dude. Quite nice actually.
No. Ah, shit! Ah, shit! Out!
I hope no one buries you.
There she is again.
Somebody help me! This will be my last fight, and yours! Leonidas! Someone help me!
Good, 170 subs and 5 views per hour. That's nice, dude. Yeah, that's the advantage of like YouTube versus Twitch, right? Since you don't have to be live to get views. If you just get like a passive flow of views, you know, you don't have to like actively be like on during these views happening.
Is this proof enough of his death?
Not quite the sort I meant. But as long as he's dead.
My part is done. Go make sure Thespis is at the theater in time for his performance.
You are too tense. Come here and lie a while. We've time to have a little fun. Or is it always business with you?
Yeah, we can stay for a while. Psycholexios can always spare some time for this.
Is it with you?
So blood does pulse in those veins.
It roars. But what of Thespis?
Thespis is an actor. Half the girls here have been his muse at one time or another.
Now, we need to worry about Thespis and Aristophanes' play.
This play is important to you.
With it, we hope to make change. For the better.
I can see there is more in your eyes, but we are all entitled to our secrets.
It's enough for you to know that I plan to stop men like Commander Exenor and Cleon.
Yeah, there's more in his eyes. Like freaking sunbeams. Exactly, and plus having all of your friends in Discord is helping. Yeah, I bet. I mean, it made me aware that they had like a new video, so it's definitely made me aware at least. Right, I guess we can go and meet Socrates now. But we have the evidence of Theon's corruption. We can try to kind of like make valid points to the populace so they believe as well that Cleon is the right man to follow.
Good, you're here. The people are waiting for me to speak.
You should be able to use this to your advantage. It's what I could find about Cleon. Mytilene is just the first of many places that he wants to wipe out.
With the sway he has over the polis, he'd get the votes for death every time.
Then it's up to us right now to change their minds.
So you'll join me?
How am I supposed to help? You're the speaker, not me.
That's exactly why you'll be able to help. I need you to act like the people who support Cleon.
It won't be easy, but I'll do what I can.
But Socrates, Cleon is a man of the people.
Tell me, if you harm someone with a sword, are you not responsible?
I am.
What if you hired someone else to harm another? Are you still responsible for that harm?
So we can basically say, of course I'm not, pretending like we're one of Cleon's men. However, we wanna go for a worse outcome, right? So that would be antagonizing Socrates here and not playing along, basically saying that we are responsible. Which still proves Socrates' points, but it doesn't make us believable.
Yes, I'd still be responsible.
You are almost too insightful, and you are completely right. If someone should be hurt by any means, and we play any role in that hurt, we are still responsible. We have agreed that we may harm another, even if not by our own hands.
That's right.
So let me ask you another question. Who should you trust, the many or the one who has more expertise?
I mean, we would prove his point, I think, with people with expertise, since, you know, I would follow Cleon. However, I wanna, again, go against this point, which I think would be the crowd option.
The majority is always right.
And who is informing the majority?
I suppose we're following the one at the top.
And if you found out the person at the top had lied to the people you follow, what would you do?
I'd still follow the leader. I mean, now, to kind of be consistent with our choices, we would have to go with find someone new, because it wouldn't be Cleon's guy's position, I guess. But if we now stick to following Cleon, we would kind of like go against our initial point, I guess. I wonder if that's actually even worse. Let's go for this.
Everyone makes mistakes. I would continue to follow them.
It's only natural to believe the person you follow is worth your loyalty. However, those who are untrustworthy do not deserve to lead.
Yes, you're right.
So you agree that someone who lies to you is not worthy of leading?
Of course.
Oh, Athenians! Would you not also agree that you can have responsibility for harming another even through someone else?
I would!
And would you follow someone you found out had lied to you for their own gain?
Of course not.
Above all things, therefore, I beg and implore you, hear these words. The one you currently follow is lying for his own gain.
Cleon has lied to you in order to get the votes needed to attack Mytilene. And we have the proof he'll do it again.
Should the ship arrive in Mytilene, the people stand no chance of surviving.
Now that you know the truth, you can take back your decision.
Another vote must be called. The lives of those people are in your hands too. The ship must be stopped. That probably could have gone better, but even so, I believe the people are unable to deny the proof we presented.
So it didn't really work then. That's good, because that's the outcome we wanted, right? Let's say for it did seem to work, because we're not hoping that it does. It's kind of like Rabbit into Socrates, that it actually didn't work, but we just pretend like it did.
I guess I learned something. It must be from all the time I've spent around you.
Debate may not always be as quick as a blade, but it can have just as big an effect.
But was it enough?
I believe word of Cleon's misdeeds will be shared throughout Athens. Its citizens love the city and what it stands for. Nobody wishes for it to fall.
Nobody? Never say nobody. I'm pretty sure Lexius wants to make it fall. And I tell you, I can't wait to replay the Desmond Saga and have like, you know, really good parkour again. Like the parkour system in Origins, Odyssey and Valhalla is alright, but it really lacks the depth that it once had, and kind of like the joy that comes from, like, you know, having a system that you can spend ages on improving it better. That being said, for there's still some mechanics you can definitely improve on and make parkour smoother in these games. With like the side ejects and the wood stuff and all that type of thing. But yeah, it's just a different thing in the early games entirely. Because of the importance of parkour for like story missions and stuff. There's almost never a scenario in these games where a story mission, you know, really like almost like forces you to utilize parkour actively. Way to say it, but you feel like you're just trampling and crawling over everything. In these new games, yeah. It's definitely not quite the same. Run. Where are you going?
Please tell me you have news of Thespis?
He's fine, and he'll be fit to perform your play tomorrow.
Oh, thank the gods. I know what actors can be like.
Athenians' lives are too complicated. I would rather be a farmer than work in the theater.
True, it's not for everyone, but it's a wonderful life.
I would rather be a farmer.
Troubles.
If that sun had as well.
Maybe the heart of Athens, but my play will be its voice.
Very true, Psycholexios. You spend most of your time running through bushes because there are no crowd mechanics. Yeah.
Happy day for us and for our children if Cleon should perish! You also know what a pig's education he has had!
Such insults! And to think I was going to propose a statue to be erected in the city to each of you for your bravery!
See! He treats us like old daughters and crawls at our feet to deceive us. But the cunning wherein his power lies shall this time recoil on himself.
Ah! Alas! The conspirators are murdering me! Ah! Ah! Ooh! Ee! Oh! Ee! Ah! Ooh! Oh! Eh!
It's like bullying, the ancient way of bullying or something. Yeah, I mean, I reckon it's gonna be like another dice roll, you know? Like, given that there's still like 2 years at least until it launches. I think it's gonna be targeting the new gen for sure. And I would assume they're gonna have like a massive overhaul. Maybe even of the engine. Maybe it's time for Envo Engine 3 or something. Wo's Eis? They're completely normal. At least if you're Superman.
So, what's next?
The play was a great success, as I knew it would be. With that, and the proof you presented at the Pnyx, Cleon has lost much of his popularity.
Now he heads to Amphipolis in an effort to redeem himself.
Alexios, Brasidas sent me to find you. He's alive and well.
Where is he now?
Amphipolis. They're preparing for battle.
If you reach him before I do, tell him I'm on the way.
So what are you going to do?
I'm going to kill Cleon.
Cleon dies now. This is our chance.
The plan is already working. Death shouldn't be brought early, even to someone like Cleon.
He's exactly the type death should come early to. Not all who live deserve to grow old, Socrates.
And you decide who deserves it?
This time, I do.
Then, safe travels.
Thank you, Socrates. Alright, we're getting quite close to the ending actually now. Like this is the last major battle. And it's gonna take place over here in Macedonia. Let's say we're from Lemnos. At least actually, you know, the last major like conquest type of battle. We're still gonna be fighting Demos. At least I assume it's gonna happen. Yeah, how about actually change our crew also to the host, which is kind of like the Celestia set I'm currently wearing. Make everybody look like Psycholexios does. I do believe I have the crew design. Yeah. The crew appeared luminescent in an almost supernatural light. They also have like a white kind of like look. It's Pegasus. Let's keep Artemission. And also take Athena's Ore. You've been wondering wind mechanics there or not. So there are wind mechanics in this. Like for example, if you like sail against a storm, then you will definitely noticeably slow down. Also like when the waves are really like huge. But it's not quite like in Black Flag or like Watch Dogs 2 or something like that, where you have like, you know, the minimap showing you exactly where the wind is coming from and how it's like impacting your sailing quality.
Ready when you are, Commander.
Mainly happens when you actually are sailing against the storm, I guess, when you notice like losing speed. But other than that, it's not really that present, I don't think. Like for example, since we don't have a storm here, change of direction shouldn't actually cause any noticeable travel speed loss in any direction. Which it doesn't. As you can see, the sail also doesn't like change. Never.
Damn, man, look at that, look!
So it really seems to be only active or of effect when you're an active storm is happening, essentially.
Sails up! Ship the oar! Citizen!
Citizen. If I'm in the best suit. Also going to it. I think I actually prefer the female singers to the male singers on the ship. Good, but sounds better than Origins. Yeah, Origins definitely didn't have quite a big focus on the whole naval as well. But yeah, I think Black Flag did it the best with the wind system. Also AC3. It's going pretty good. I'm in the best suit. Nice, dude. That's good to hear. Yeah, we're on our way to finishing the game actually very soonish. We have hunted down every cultist, we have defeated every mythical beast with the Medusa earlier. So now we're just doing the last bits of a family quest line, and yeah, we can finish it. Yeah, he really is. It's very fast.
Get the oars out!
So I will actually not be playing any of the DLC this time for Odyssey. However, I'm gonna be doing like a summary of what happens, and we're also gonna be watching the modern day cutscenes for Atlantis to kind of like prepare us for Valhalla. But yeah, I won't be playing them this time. I always preferred AC3's range naval combat, but for ramming and boarding it's draw between black flag and rope off the top of your head.
We're ready to dock!
Yeah, I think AC3 actually was really good in lots of ways. Like, AC3 still fits the most realistic naval combat to me. I think in Black Flag they made it like more fun and engaging. But AC3 fits the most like heavy and realistic for sure. Also really like the different weapon types you have, right? With like the chain shot and how that literally like destroys the sails of the enemy ship. It's something I really wish you had in Black Flag. You know, kind of like be able to completely immobilize the enemy ship. It was great to have. Also like the different types of shots you had with like, I mean you kind of have it as well in Black Flag, I guess, with heavy shot or normal shot. But yeah. I like AC3's naval. Look, you can't wait for Skull and Bones. Yeah, it's actually quite anticipated. Looking forward to see how it turns out, but for me, like, I really like this combination of naval and land exploration. So if it's like fully focused on naval only, then I think I might not be super long-term interested. But we have to see how it turns out, right? Because they delayed it a couple times. They want to kind of like add more mechanics, and they really seem to like change quite a bit about it since it initially kind of was like introduced.
Brasidas, you're here.
You got my message.
I heard about Pylos. Are you alright?
I've been through worse. We have bigger problems right now.
This is our chance, Brasidas. We kill Cleon today.
If you don't, then I will.
There's something you're not telling me.
I am here for Cleon. Let's keep it at that.
I thought we were friends.
You're not who I thought you were. You were raised Spartan. You should know how to be loyal.
I'm loyal to myself. Perfect answer is Psycholexios.
I did what I thought was right.
You hurt my reputation.
I can fix that, Brasidas. Let me fix it.
It's too late.
Let me explain.
I know you killed Nikolaos.
You... How?
You showed up in Magaris and the wolf died. No explanation needed.
That man destroyed my life. And they made him a general for it. I had no choice.
We're wasting time. Athens is gathering reinforcements. We need to attack now. Let's go.
Malaka.
Today, we give everything.
Yeah, that was to be expected. Since we go for the antagonizing options. Let me actually go ahead and upgrade my gear real quick here. Alright, and oh, look at this. The Blade of Yumminess. We could buy it now. 250% damage, but cannot use abilities. I mean, that's interesting. But yeah, I'm not gonna use it. Yeah, it's kind of interesting how epic gear actually has one more bonus than legendary gear, and then you can, like, you know, technically engrave it with a legendary bonus that the legendary gear has.
Stop buying.
It's kind of a funny revelation that epic gear is technically better and more efficient than legendary gear. Damn, sorry, physics. Unfortunately, I was actually taking Psycho. And I can't tap out of my game right now without making my game like get bad like FPS, or my stream at least. But yeah, that's a nice idea for. Go for Psycho Cassandra. Bohem Scream mod. Yeah, we need that Isaac. Isn't that also one of the sound effects for the cargo drone of Wrench in Legion Bloodline? I think I heard it yesterday when I was using his drone. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I heard it. You used it way too early. Fair enough. I mean, it's... I think the cargo drones are kind of like game-breaking in a way in Legion. I mean, not entirely game-breaking, but they really... like parkour and climbing obsoletes completely. Brasidas.
You take everything so personally.
Shit!
Rip Brasidas.
Fucking coward! He can't get away.
Yeah, not this time, I invested. Lost both ones. Right, Leon.
Unfortunately for you, it is.
You're gonna suffer.
Alexios, come now. Show mercy. You turned her against us. My own sister. We lifted Demos up. We made her great, unstoppable. You made her a monster.
That bitch slap.
Then fight by her side. Teach her. You would have Demos once again.
Her name is Cassandra.
I beg you. This world is severed, Alexios, and we'll unite it.
Shut the fuck up!
My hands are empty. Have pity.
I'm going to kill you slowly. In fact, in real life, Brasidas and Cleon both actually died in this battle. Yeah, that's what I also read actually when I looked up the different battles for this game. It's kind of cool that they kept that accurate. Also, have a Beavis. I hope you're doing well. Alright, let's kill Cleon slowly, like Psycholexios would.
You will die, just as you lived. As a coward.
I'm not through. I won't be forgotten for all I've done.
You're not worth the memory.
It's a fun fact, but this is actually canon. To kill him like slowly.
That's it then. Myrrine will want to know Cleon is dead. And Brasidas. I should have gotten to Demos sooner. I'm sorry, my friend.
Oh. Rip Cleon. Alright. So that leaves us only with Demos and the ghost. So for the ghost it says, she's a woman, planned the death of Pericles, controls both sides of the war, longs for freedom, is planning to herald in a new era, uses faith in the gods to manipulate all, and controls Athenian politics. Who could that be? I wonder. Okay, let me go ahead and get more critical hit chance actually. And yeah, I think what's the next main mission? Ah, interesting. So basically you have now unlocked the Cultist ending as well. Okay, so we are basically at the ending now of the main game, and with that of our playthrough, because that's all I'm gonna be doing. We can first upgrade the Spear of Woe, so I wanna do that real quick. Get that to level 6. And then the order of endings we're gonna be doing is Family, Atlantis, and then the Cultist. Yeah, we're basically set up to end this. Awesome. But you didn't know, you've only ever killed him slowly. Being canon just makes it more satisfying. Yeah. It was interesting for me to know last year when I looked up what the canon choices were, according to the book. But I guess it makes sense, you know, because Cassandra really is angry at this point with Cleon. And it shows with that kill.
Forge activated. Synchronizing retransmission chronicity. Contact engaged.
Yeah, it's actually not a bad plan, Gistic. It was interesting playing like that last year. I couldn't emulate all the choices from the book because the book is actually differing from the game at some parts or points of the game. But some choices you can keep that are represented in the book. There's actually a good guide on Reddit. Like if you Google AC Odyssey canon guide Reddit, then you should actually be able to find that fairly quickly. Like somebody that kind of like you know went through reading the book and then created a list of choices you have to make. How do you mean 2 or 3 canons of Desmond?
Time for a ride.
A 6-parter comic for sure, you believe came out around the time of Unity? Not sure. Ah, okay. Yeah, I haven't read all the comics. But I do know that some of the comics are considered non-canon. I think, for example, there's like an anime comic even for Edward and like Black Flag. That one I'm quite sure is considered non-canon. But yeah, to be honest, that's like the first time I hear about being like different canon versions of Desmond. But yeah, maybe I have to look that up then. Yeah, it seems to be, dude. Never ever heard like anybody talk about that, to be honest. Like not even like the AC YouTuber and stuff. But I think like very few people are actually like reading the comics. Like even you know, when it comes to like the ones that are kind of like doing in-depth presentations of the lore and stuff on YouTube. So maybe it just really hasn't been well known or something.
My lamb, you've been gone so long.
Brasidas is dead.
No.
Vimos killed him in battle.
And what of my daughter?
Timos might be dead. Yeah, let's go for the non-hopeful choice. Would you ever play Vietnam setting then read it in a comic? Yeah. Yeah, I mean I would rather have all these settings that are represented in comics in the games. Like I get that Ubisoft wants to go like, you know, cross-media, like transmedia and stuff. But yeah, I'm just not very interested in the comics. I don't know. It's also like you know, them like outsourcing it to like different studios and different people writing the stories. I feel like it all becomes a bit convoluted, having like so many different writers. Yeah, isn't like the first Assassin comics? Like there's like Assassins and Templars as like both like as a series of comics, right? I think the first Assassin comics is actually about the Wild West, isn't it? I think that's like the first ancestor of the protagonist.
Cleon shot her in the back with an arrow. She fell. I don't think she survived.
Malakas, Cleon. I'll kill him with my bare hands.
It's done, Mater. I already sent that snake to the Styx.
My family. You're all I have left.
Mater, there's something I need to do. I need to go to Mount Taygetos, where it all began. My whole life's been spent fighting and running. Running from my past, fighting to forget. I can't do this anymore.
My heart was shattered on that mountain.
I need to put that night behind me, once and for all.
I'm coming with you.
Oh boy, it's time. So I'm gonna assume with the choice that we have made that both Marini and Deimos will die. So the thing is, we want Marini to die, right? Like, I wonder if I could actually... I think I would go directly confrontational. We might actually not give Cassandra a chance to kill Marini. However, if we try to actually convince Cassandra of trusting us, we wouldn't, or we shouldn't be able to convince her, since we didn't manage to do it when we got captured. That's kind of like essential to get her to change. So I think I'm gonna try to convince her, even though it doesn't work. And that might get Marini killed, and then I can kill Deimos. But yeah, everybody has to die. Welcome back, Kobe. Perfect timing. We're just about to wrap this game up, actually. You have the 3 endings unlocked now. And we're just starting with the first one. But yeah, how was the Pokemon War, Kobe? Did you hatch some eggs?
This is where everything changed. It's like I never left.
Everybody has to die. Yeah, we had to add that as like a quote or something. Very successful. Nice. What kind of Pokemon did you hatch?
Cassandra!
On the edge of the world, a mother calls out to her child. Touching.
Cassandra! Please!
You use that name as if it means something to me.
It's the name your father and I gave you.
Was that before or after you brought me to this mountain to die?
It was the cult! I tried to save you! I did everything! The priest told me you were dead!
And they told me you abandoned your daughter.
Cassandra! Come to me! We are your family. We can go home.
Family. Home. The cult is my family. The battlefield is my home.
I told you, Mater. She's too far gone.
Too far gone? Is that what you told Mater? Why didn't you tell her the truth?
And what truth is that?
That I'm the chosen one! I'm the one with a destiny! I will bring order to this world! You're nothing but a mercenary with a broken spear.
Okay, so if you would want to convince her in like the canon, I mean, this wouldn't even be canon. In canon, Deimos actually dies, but Myrni doesn't. But yeah, if you want to go for the best ending, then you would go for the using option. Kind of keep that consistent. But we don't want that to happen, so we go for the you don't need the kite option. You don't even remember, you just want to get rid of those eggs. That's fair enough, Kobe. Get a clear inventory log. Oh, this time it's gonna be up to us how she dies, Gisleg. But yeah, it's gonna wove the Spear of Leonidas into her throat, I think.
The cult controls your destiny, but you don't need them. Together, we can destroy them and bring peace back to this world.
Peace? And what under Ilios would you do with yourself if there was peace? Milk the goats? Look at you! Almighty Mystios! You profit from this world as much as I do. You don't want peace. You just don't want to deal with me.
What I want, what I've always wanted, is my family.
Not really.
When I was little, I found a lion cub trapped in a snare. My friend tried to free it. That's when I heard the deadly growl of its mother. I watched as the lioness tore my friend to bloody shreds. Even in a world of beasts, a family protects its young!
I loved you! I still love you.
The one you love is dead, and my destiny is clear. I won't let you get in my way.
Okay, so I really wonder if we can even get Myrni killed right now. But I think if we would want her to get killed, this would be our only way to go for it. Because if we create instant conflict, then, you know, she's gonna die and Myrni's gonna live. So I hope this will actually get Myrni killed. Maybe it doesn't. Also, hey Vemola, welcome mate, how's it going? Yeah, I don't know what you mean, my eyes are perfectly fine. You don't know most Pokemon names except for a few favorites, there's so many. Yeah, that's true, Kobe. I only know like the first 2 generations and that's it. Like the first 250 Pokemon or something. You think it does, Tower? Alright, it's our only chance, we're gonna try it. That's good to hear, Mola. I'm glad you're doing well, dude. And yeah, it's going good. We're about to finish Odyssey here. And yeah, we're currently doing the first of 3 endings. It's about to escalate, to put it mildly.
Cassandra, listen to me. You're my sister. I tried to protect you once, and I failed. I won't fail again.
What the fuck?
This belonged to our grandfather.
Don't tell me I actually get a good ending here. This can't be.
You're home now.
Yeah, it doesn't. Is it?
I've done terrible things. We all have, Cassandra.
I think she...
You can't protect anyone.
Yes.
Maybe we both should have died here that day.
Goodbye, Marta.
No! The gods are cruel.
I tried to save you!
Stop living in the past, brother! Your death is now!
You've hurt this family for the last time!
But that's where you're wrong. The hurting has only just begun. So disappointed. The spear of Leonidas was wasted on you. Who trained you? Father? Father? You should have trained with the cult. Would have made this fight more interesting.
Soon you'll be dead, and so will your precious coat! This is for the lives destroyed! This is for Brasidas! And this is for Phoebe!
From the moment I first held you, I knew. You are sent by the gods to protect this world. And you did. Always forward, my brave Lexios.
Oh, that's exactly the ending I wanted. Perfect. Everybody dies. Our Marta, our Pater, our sister, our stepbrother. It's kind of funny, like now we have like the last like final family storyline cutscene, which is kind of like a supper, and depending on who's alive at the end, you're gonna sit with them on the table. But now that everybody's dead, it's just gonna be us. So I'm not gonna be doing the DLC tower. I decided not to do it. However, I'm gonna do a quick summary of Legacy of Frostbite and also gonna watch a review of it together to get like a bit of an understanding of what happens there. And then for Atlantis, I decided to just watch the modern day cutscenes, which is like half an hour. So we have that for Valhalla and kind of can understand Layla's character progression better. But yeah, I didn't want to grind like another 20 hours of Odyssey to get through those DLCs. So yeah, today's gonna be most likely the ending, to be honest. It's still gonna take a little bit to get through all the 3 endings. Yeah, it's gonna be the end today. Your phone wanted to autocorrect to braids, which also kind of fits. That's true, Kobe. Braid Cetas. And yeah, it's really funny, like every time, you know, there's like a close-up with the character, or kind of like Alexios, like Alexios and Marini also used to kind of like bump their heads together, right? And with the sunhead it just like clips directly into her head. I forgot to kill Zeus. Yeah, but Malaka also still has to die. Alright, so I also found all the clues of the cultist, like the Ghost of Cosmos. But I'm gonna wait until we do the ending of that. Then we're gonna unveil her. Indeed, Kobe. We got sturmfreie Bude. Best thing ever. Nobody at home. Just you by yourself. Just what Psycholexios needed.
Malaka.
Varnavas, I didn't know you were here.
Sorry I missed dinner.
Didn't miss much.
Chin up. There's more to this world than Sparta. And, lucky for us, we get to see it all.
You're right. Let's set sail.
And there you go. That is the ending of the main family storyline. Which means we now also have unlocked New Game Plus. However, there's still 2 more endings, the Atlantis and the Cultist one. And we're gonna be doing the Atlantis one next. Through Protagoras, Alexios learned of the locked vaults in Atlantis. He was tasked with traveling the Greek world, searching for the powerful artifacts that would unlock the mysterious chambers. Now they have said that word 1 time for every centimeter of your height. You have to say it 27 more times
Ever my friend.
to get my height. Would have dead Tagoras not to come to dinner. Yeah. He's just busy, you know, standing in the gates of Atlantis, holding the staff of Hermes Trismegistus. Yeah, I mean, I'm average, I would say. I never really feel tall, to be honest. Maybe because, like, everybody in my family is taller than I am, except for my sister.
I know there's not much time, but I need answers.
I imagine you have many questions.
I should go.
Yes, there is much to do.
Many unknowns on the horizon. Alright, let's insert these artifacts because we have talked to him before.
just had to keep my eye on it.
Acquiring contemporaneity. Acquiring a voice, that's what. I'm taking over your recordings. The humans have had enough of your pompous speeches. Call me Aletheia. I am truth in its revelation, and I am calling you out. You, it's you who try to rewrite the laws of the universe. You who manipulate human progress. What do you hope to achieve? You treat humans as useful apes. How many artifacts have you created to control their minds? Do you fear their potential that much? Just look at what humans have achieved on their own. Democracy and diplomacy. A legacy of culture and art. We could share in this if you just treat them as equals. In your desperate search for immortality, you've ignored the obvious. You run endless simulations to find one in which nothing changes. It's pointless. Change will come. And not just the so-called end of the world you fear. You call yourself saviors, but tell me, would this doomsday have appeared had you not pulled on the threads of the universe in the first place? I am taking over your retransmissions. You don't speak for all of us anymore. I am as issue as you, but I will no longer be part of your exploitation.
Those who came before, they speak to us and show us revelations. Though these words of disapproval are troubling.
The gods have argued before. Athena and Poseidon competed for Athens. I wonder if Aletheia won control of this place.
Yeah, the music ain't too bad in this place, actually, Kobe. Definitely has like a different vibe than the rest of the game, which is fitting given this like an Isu kind of like side. It's like you've seen once seen a guy tall enough to have an entire tram wagon for himself. I mean, he must be pretty tall then. You could barely fit inside the subway station. You wish you were exaggerating. Yeah. Yeah, must have been like really tall. Listen, I'm still online. You're in your winding down phase of the night. I'm usually a morning streamer for you. Yeah, usually I'm streaming like afternoon Europe time, but I've been kind of like busy during the days, doing like writing for papers and stuff. So I've been scheduling some of my streams into the night, rather. But yeah, soon I'm also done with that, so I should be able to do more afternoon streams again.
This place holds the answers to humankind's salvation, I'm sure.
He easily cleared the 2.5 meter mark, I think. Damn. Okay, that's insane. And hey there, Maxi. Welcome, mate. It's going good. Just about to wrap up AC Odyssey with the endings. So tonight is gonna be the last Odyssey stream, which I'm very excited for. But yeah, how's it going, dude? Yeah, I'm going to like, I guess you could call it practical college. It's not like, it's kind of like a mix of theory and practical stuff, I guess. And I'm studying like culture management, listener. So it's kind of like a mix of culture science, I guess, but also actual management stuff.
Had many questions for me. You should have come along.
Ancient adventurer, I made this recording to try to help you. I'm sorry if it's confusing. We Isu see various pasts and futures, and I know you'll be here more than once. My fellow precursors set endless challenges in your path. Artifacts, creatures. Don't get me started on the Olympus project. Their meddling got out of hand. I have no easy answers for you. Your future depends on a multitude of choices you have to make for yourself. I'm sorry if so many of them end in pain. Your playwright's tragedies are your real oracle. But please, don't give up. You are more important than you can imagine. And like your own Pandora, I have one thing left to offer you. Hope. Despair is not our only legacy. You're like me, a rebel against your destiny. You're not just a mercenary, you're a hero for the ages. Hold fast to what you know is true, and you will overcome. Claim your place in history. All that is terrible and beautiful in this world is your birthright. Take it.
Her words are for you, eagle bearer. My preparations bear fruit. The potential of your bloodline is proven by the precursors themselves.
Alethea says she can see the future. Many futures. Can this be a true oracle?
It's kind of funny that he says your bloodline because it's also his bloodline. Unless he's addressing Marini's bloodline. But that's the thing, like both Pagodas and Marini.
Above the cloud with its shadow is the star with its light.
They both have, like, you know, Isu ancestors, I guess. And Isu DNA in them. What's always funny to me is how often it is like mentioned that, you know, Lysander/Lexis is like a demigod, even though, you know, that's not the case. Like, you know, being a demigod, or I guess demigod in the AC sense, would require you to actually have like an Isu parent and a human, you know, parent as well. However, with the Isu actually being dead at this point and not, you know, wandering the earth anymore, that's like basically impossible. So it's more of a case of, similar to Desmond and Ezio, you know, Cassandra and Alexis also have Isu DNA, only that the concentration of it is a bit stronger, by like, you know, very few. Yeah, because, you know, between this and the Isu extinction are like 75,000 years. Between this and Desmond, it's like 2,500 years. So the percentage can't be much higher. And, you know, definitely far away from being a demigod or something like that. But yeah, yet it's like often mentioned, you know, how that's supposed to be the case, which clearly it isn't. I'm just playing some Minecraft and building a ship. It is looking awesome. Nice, dude. It definitely fits with a pirate theme, Maxi. Are you rebuilding like a specific ship? But yeah, AC has been going quite well. I've been deciding to do like an extra stream this week for Odyssey, so we can hopefully start Valhalla tomorrow. And yeah, I'm very much looking forward to that. Which is right at the ending. We're about to do the second ending out of 3. And yeah, then we're gonna have a last, and then we're basically done. Can't believe how fast I actually got through this game, to be honest. But I'm glad. The ship of Theseus. Part of a server, and they're building nice stuff. Already built Pagoda, which you're proud of. But the ship is a lot difficult. Nice, dude. I would love to actually see that if you ever want to share it on like Discord or something.
Hurry. This artifact will help us close off the temple.
You're nearly as stubborn as its former owner.
Ancient scholar, you stretched your life to the breaking point. I see you hiding yourself from the world, puzzling out the words of my fellow precursors. Please, listen to my advice. You're analyzing the equations of reality itself. You've gotten further than any other human has. That is both amazing and terrible. It's clear to me that even this tiny dose of cosmic understanding has twisted your mind. I'm sorry. The precursors should never have shared knowledge you weren't ready for. You live in obsessive darkness. You must understand that this focus on power and bloodlines is not your true legacy. The precursors have manipulated you. They're turning your problem-solving intellect to their own selfish ends. You're better than this. Make your own legacy. Let your mathematical discoveries be the glorious sunbeams that shine out past your tomb. Please, scholar, clear your mind and focus on your present situation. At this moment, you possess a powerful artifact. It has extended your life long enough. As hard as it may be, it's time to pass it on. It's someone else's turn to balance the equations.
No, lies. This is not obsession. This is research. This is discovery of the very origins of the world.
It is an opinion, Pythagoras. Though one with reason behind it, I believe.
Yeah, I can't wait to actually fight Pythagoras because it's definitely gonna happen. And we literally have extinguished our entire family. You would take a screenshot, Maxi? Nice, dude. I'm actually always looking forward to see like projects that people have in Minecraft. I don't really play the game myself, but it's cool, like, you know, seeing what people come up with ideas.
Well done. This artifact will bring us closer to seeing the temple.
It nearly brought me closer to my tombstone.
Traveler of many times, congratulations on making it this far. I'm glad we can share this message out of time, this fragment of reality. I'm recording this just for you, even if those living in the past won't understand it. Our simulated realities will cross sooner or later. Or do you think you're really here now, listening to this recording? Isn't this an animus recreation? Isn't it part of a greater simulation? How far do the ripples in the pool spread? Let's talk, rebel to rebel. We've been held back too long by precursor rules. It's time for new paths with new possibilities. This is not an era of control, but of creation.
Yeah, I gotta stop here real quick because I want to explain something that I believe is happening here. So, what basically Livia says, you know, is kind of like not really making much sense for the in-game world, but rather as a fourth wall break, you know. And she's kind of talking about it's not a time of control, it's a time of creation, it's time for new paths, it's time for choices. And personally, I believe it's actually a commentary on how AC has been before, if I'm being completely honest. I think it's also a commentary about Montreux, and kind of like, you know, like recently there has been revealed that Montreux and Quebec had like a very long rivalry happening as well. And it seemed to really have escalated with Odyssey, believe it or not. And you know, what she says basically that the precursors have like controlled the way stories are told for too long, and you know they're gonna take over now. There's also like a nod at the very beginning of the first message where it says acquiring contemporary, which is one of the quotes you have in Origins when you had the Isu temples and got the Isu messages, which were very complicated written, but actually did reveal quite a lot about the lore. However, what Alethea here says is she makes a mockery of that quote, and then it's basically saying they have talking nonsense, and it's time for me to spit the truth, basically. And I think that this is kind of like a fourth wall break, and part of the conflict between the two is also validated by Valhalla and how they have, or what they have made out of Alethea there. Because in that game, you know, it's basically revealed that Alethea has been manipulating you the entire time. So basically they say that what Alethea says here, which is supposed to be the truth in Quebec's eyes, is actually false, and she's been just manipulating you. But there's also like other files you can find in Valhalla's computer where they kind of like make like some fourth wall breaks to Odyssey's modern day as well. But that's really interesting, you know, because this really has almost no connection to the in-game lore of Cassandra/Psycholexios' world, because we never have been coming in contact with precursors, you know, like no precursor ever has visited us in like a hologram or like memory, whatever, to tell us what to do, you know. It's not like with Juno and Desmond. The only one who actually did it was Alethea. So it doesn't make any sense when she says, you know, that the precursors have controlled us for long enough, because they haven't. However, the precursor AC developers have controlled the narrative, and I think that's what they play on here in this part. It's really more about this fourth wall break, actually. Yeah, I think it's interesting. Honest.
I've gathered some like-minded precursors to make a new start. We'll stop interfering and start enabling. From your point of view, it will take a considerable amount of time to prepare. But when we're ready, you're welcome to join us. After all you have to do is press a button and run another simulation.
This is madness. Fiction. Where I thought there would be wisdom, there is only the garbled babbling of a fool.
Pythagoras, calm yourself. Maybe this invitation was meant for someone else. There's no need to lose your reason over mere words.
Alright. It's time to finish this questline now. Let's talk to Pythagoras.
This is incredible. The knowledge stored here is overwhelming. It will take me years to decipher it all.
What about sealing Atlantis? Have you found a way to do it?
Oh, yes, I think so.
Well, what is it?
The staff. The staff is the key.
All right, it's time.
I can't. Not yet.
Snap out of it. Yeah, let's go for it.
Listen to yourself. You've gone mad. You need to accept some knowledge was not meant to be had.
Knowledge is power. The only power worth having.
At what cost?
I will not be ordered around or lectured by you.
It was your plan to seal this place, and I agreed to help.
That was before I realized what we would uncover about the first civilization. The creation of humankind.
We are sealing this place to keep the cult from using it to enslave humanity. That is bigger than your quest for knowledge.
The cult will be nothing but an insect to swat once the power is ours.
You know, this is also kind of like not really thought out. Like, it's not like the couch even, you know, knows much about this place, right? Like all the quest lines that we had with the airports, like they weren't in the control of the couch like ever, not that they use it to control people. They just created these monsters that we fought and then, you know, kind of like took the apple from, essentially. But there's like almost no connection to the cult. And the cult doesn't reveal any plans to have found Atlantis and, you know, to want to use this place to control the world or something. It's kind of like an artificially created reason for why it's urgent to see Atlantis. But yeah, we're gonna go for the confrontation option here.
Give me the staff. You have to. For the sake of everyone.
The knowledge contained in here could fix everything for generations to come. I can't just walk away from that.
What good is knowledge if there is no one around to use it?
Leave if you must, but I will not.
I'm not going without the staff.
I may be old, but I am not as weak as I appear.
Boy. Kinda cadetty.
Give up the staff!
The knowledge is mine. Mine! I will not let you have it.
I don't want it! I want it destroyed!
Pathetic. You were supposed to be better than this, bigger than this.
I'll be whatever I want to be!
You are an embarrassment to yourself and to me.
Enough!
This is my chance to win.
No! This is...
It's over. Give me the staff. You do not deserve the infinite knowledge of the creators.
That's the point! Nobody does!
No.
Look at this though. He literally has the same eyes now as Psycholexios. I mean, we can't see his eyes right now, but we know that he has the same eyes. We found our real father. Finally, he, you know, looks more like us. Yeah, like father, like son. No kidding. That's perfect. Right. Time to see Atlantis.
Atlantis is too dangerous. I must seal it.
Right. Back to Layla.
Everything in order? Then... open sesame! So much power. The nodes are interconnected in ways I couldn't imagine. This is more complex than any Isu temple we found. Lisbon, the Arctic.
I'm recording everything, Layla. You're going to be a hero for discovering this.
Do you see the staff anywhere?
Not yet, but there's more to explore. I'll find it. The mechanism should be open. What's wrong?
I don't know, Layla. I'll check my notes on the Isu.
Oh, I see it. There's a beam of light missing. Time to troubleshoot.
Yeah, dude, that's understandable. I haven't played any other God of War except for the fourth one yet. but it's definitely a series I have my eyes on and eventually playing. I always like watching the combat of it. And there's also this like kind of like Super Smash Bros. For PlayStation game. I think it was called like All Stars or something. And I always used to play Kratos in that one. Okay, can I like go up here? Thank you.
Layla, that pillar looks like it can move. Those pillars seem to have mirrors on them. If you manipulate those light beams, they might illuminate something important.
Atlantis is a plot point, of course, to Sparta. Yeah. Okay, I have to a bit further. To do it. Awesome does Dead of Boy Ragnarok look? It really does, actually. Looking forward to playing it eventually. I mean, the first game already was, or I mean, the fourth one, I guess, was amazing. Kind of wonder if God of War will go to Egypt anytime, because it seems to have been teased quite a bit actually. Wait, doesn't that work? Okay.
I got it.
Yeah, like having Egyptian mythology in a God of War game, I would be really, really happy for it. Like an AC, you know, I don't really need to have too much mythology stuff. Except if it's like done like in Valhalla. But God of War, you know, I'm like all for that stuff. Like fighting the Egyptian gods and stuff.
Where is it?
What?
True knowledge exists in knowing that you know nothing. A good friend told me that once.
Possible. Alexios?
Yes. I used to be called the Eagle Bearer, but Icaros is long gone.
I've been searching for you. But you can't. It's...
You weren't really looking for me, were you?
It works! The Isu artifact, the staff of Hermes Trismegistus.
You must have so many questions, Layla.
Clex is looking sleek. Yeah, he's just missing the sun head and kind of like undead look, but other than that he's looking pretty sleek. Yeah, imagine Kratos beating up Horus or fighting Sobek. A Sobek fight would be quite hype. Let him beat up Odin first. The only disappointment is that they are gonna use the same head twice. God of War has this tradition where every game features a new head. What do you mean with head? It's like the role that what was his name again in God of War 4? Mimir, yeah. Okay, so I had no idea that's actually like common theme. I thought it was like a one only thing in God of War 4. Yeah, it seems like he makes a return. I saw him in the trailers as well. Or maybe he gets exchanged with another head. Midway. So what's the reason for like carrying around heads that talk? Like, do all of them talk? Or is maybe the only one?
I have so much to tell you. That staff is incredibly important. It kept you alive. How?
Ask a student of Hippocrates. I hear he still has some. The staff served its purpose.
My friends and I are trying to keep it out of the hands of the Templar Order.
Listen to me. Order, chaos. If either triumphs alone, the world dies. I tried to bring an end to chaos, and it has only led to ruin.
I used to assist Order. Now I fight for choice, freedom, chaos.
Pythagoras was right. You are the key to the prophecy. You will restore the balance, Layla.
I have fought in too many wars. I have seen too many people die. I've traveled from one end of the earth to the other. This belongs to you now. Promise me one thing.
Anything.
When you are done, destroy it. Destroy them all.
I was talking more like Psycholexios. Did you there he is. That's my boy. He turned to Psycholexios before dying.
But Panthos. Here.
There's so much of the story I haven't seen. I should go back to the Animus and visit Alexios again.
It's kind of funny how that's like the first input that Layla has. Not like burying Alexios or kind of like taking care of the staff and kind of like getting familiar with that. It's like, let's go back into the Animus. Not like anything just happened.
What are you two doing here?
You know us. Always on your tail. Old Herodotus couldn't wait to see you.
I told you, Varnavas. Sira is said to hold a secret. A secret no one can fathom.
Yes, but a lost world?
It's perfectly possible. Atlantis may exist.
Sounds like Hui to me, but he's insistent about it.
Herodotus is right. Atlantis exists.
Incredible.
It's true. I can't believe it. Tell me everything.
So much for having so many questions. He's just like, here you go, bye. Yeah. It's always funny when you have option to just skip off the option dialogue, and Alexios or Cassandra are like, like whatever, yeah, I have enough. Definitely wish the actual Atlantis DSC has had a follow-up for investigating the city after it sunk. Yeah, dude, like I also, kind of like imagine to actually be visiting the city. But that's the thing, right? The way we see it in the simulation isn't the way it actually existed or looked like, even. At least to a big part. It's kind of the same deal as in Valhalla. because Valhalla kind of like showcased us that the actual Isu cities and structures look very different. So I guess they would have had to do the same work doubly to create like Mythical and then like actual Isu. But yeah, I agree, like I would have loved to actually see a modern day the city that sunk, you know. Would have been a cool way to kind of like explore another Isu ruin. What the fuck is up with his head? So that's basically whenever Alexios is like differently clothed and you get into a cutscene afterwards, the sun disappears and rather he's like bald at the top of his head until we get out of this cutscene. Then it like fixes itself again. But yeah, that's what's happening here. Put off a quest saying goodbye to Herodotus for so long, didn't want to let him go. Yeah, that's understandable. After all, there's always much to do, and many unknowns on the horizon. Eddie's also a pretty good character, like I really enjoy both Barnabas and Herodotus.
I'll tell you someday. It's too complicated for small talk.
It's not me, is it? I've proven I'm very competent.
I'm exhausted, Varnavas.
And ignore him. When you're ready, I'm all ears. I need every last detail.
It's all right. But none of this can ever pass your lips. This stays between us.
You have my word. But the world needs to know. We could tell the most amazing tale of our time.
Herodotus.
Oh, fine.
Then it's settled. Let's move forward.
Like always. We've learned a lot, haven't we, you know-it-all?
Speak for yourself. I'm on the hunt for truth. Gods know not all your myths are accurate.
They come from the gods themselves, who are the most reliable sources we have.
I love how Barnabas is just, you know, so deeply invested into his belief of the Greek gods. Let's go with all things are possible. I don't want to give them the feeling of being understood. Always go for worse choices.
For all we know, anything's possible.
And you would know, as the eagle-bearing demigod you are.
I'm not a demigod.
Too is immortal.
Sure I am.
I do know one thing for certain. This has been an Odyssey I won't forget.
They said it. They said the game title. Oh my god, it's so genius. Alright, that is the second ending, which is the ending of Atlantis, which means now we only have one ending left for the last questline, which is the Kaitis questline. And for that, we have to uncover the last Kaitis. The ghost of Cosmos is a liar, is a woman, planned the death of Pericles, controls both sides of a war, longs for freedom, is planning to herald in a new era, uses faith in the gods to manipulate all, and controls Athenian politics. Who could it be? It's kind of funny because there's actually only one woman being actively involved in the Athenian politics. And the story also, you know, made it pretty obvious who it could be. But
you've seen it yourself. The future belongs to us now. Old gods and new be praised.
Of course it was Aspasia all along. The daughter of a mighty Axiokos of Miletos came to wealth and power in the most unlikely of ways, by falling in love. But even having dominion over Pericles and the hearts and minds of all Athenians would not be enough. Ambition demanded more, to know all, to rule all. Anything less would not be good enough. And yeah, there you have it. Her true nature. She fell in love to get wealth and power. And, you know, she even planned the death of Pericles, as it did say in one of the notes. Like she says here, one day soon Cosmos will demand this war's end. When that day comes, you shall be victor. I have gifted you Pericles, I have given you Athens. For these gifts I also only one thing in return. Unite the Greek cities under one banner, mine, and raise all those who oppose you to the ground. To prove your worth, start with Mytilene. If you can convince the people of your city to massacre the Mytileneans, Cosmos will grant you infinite power. And, you know, she's been basically controlling everybody. She's been responsible for the death of Phoebe. Of Deimos being raised away. She was. Of Pericles dying, her husband. So, she's gonna die. That's for certain. So that quest line is up here in focus. From some point on, it was pretty easy to guess. Yeah, especially since they give you that clue that she's involved in Athenian politics and is a woman very early. And, you know, at that point, you're usually also doing that quest line with her as well, so... Unless there's, like, you know, another woman that you don't know of. It's pretty clear quickly. She do be George's foe. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. She just really loses all the, everything, you know, for the deeds that she's done. And she gets very ugly in my eyes because of it. I can't really separate the way somebody is and the way somebody looks.
Darkness. I should use it.
For me, just like one person. And she's somebody Psycholexios would definitely massacre. Yeah, I always say George's, and it's wrong. I don't know. It's like so much in my... First time you notice it? Yeah, Levi also told me once that I always say that, and I was like, I actually didn't realize I was wrong. But yeah, gorgeous. I have to remember that. Your hint that I was saying sword wrong will definitely help me. Definitely has gotten over into my actual normal talking now. So that I have rectified.
Alexios. It was never supposed to be like this. Decades ago, a group of people gathered together to uphold a theory which they believed could control the universe. That the world functioned in equal parts, order and disorder. But some fell lovingly into the wicked arms of chaos, and the cult of Cosmos was born. They abused their power casting the Greek world into eternal war. One you were created to stop. In destroying the cult, you have done what I could not. You are a hero, but this imbalance comes with a price, my child. For without chaos, there is supreme order, a loss of progression and freedom. But there is still hope. Hope in you. Hope in the future you will bring. We must fix the mistakes of the past. Use the staff. Repair the rift in the universe. The world depends on you, Alexios. You need to be the hero again.
So, you've seen it too, then. It's beautiful, isn't it?
What are you doing here?
You killed the last member of the cult. Well, just about.
What?
It's true. I was their leader, but only for a moment, it seemed. When your sister came along, it changed everything we were aiming for.
Maybe just really like someone named George. So George is the highest praise you can give. Indeed. Be more like George.
Malaka. So you were after us?
Not you, your bloodline. People like Leonidas, like you, have always posed a threat. Then we met and you surprised me. You were nothing like Demos.
Why not just use me? I was in the palm of your hand.
You made me optimistic that you could help me bring down the cult that had become so corrupt. And you did, albeit unknowingly.
Yeah, you can add that Malaka Gislek. Infinity, you know, you just sat here trying to think what would be a great next AC game setting. So what would you want to see, Infinity, as like the next setting? Personally, I would love to have a game set between the time of AC1 and AC2. Like I would really want to see kind of like the time that I guess the beginning of Unity takes place, with the destruction of the Templar Order, but also having like I guess Domenico Auditore, the great grandfather of Ezio, who kind of like built the Villa Montelegioni. I would really love to play as him actually, like Domenico Auditore. Thank you, Gisek. Would love to play as Darius. Yeah. It would have been cool to have like flashbacks in Legacy where you actually get to play as Darius. However, I did recently read a leak, or like a supposed leak I guess, where somebody was saying that Darius might be one of the storylines and playable characters of Infinite. But I'm not sure that could be much trusted, to be honest. But yeah, it was something I recently did read, that they might be working on something like this. So yeah, we actually get the chance to romance Aspasia here. Like, she killed Phoebe. She was responsible for the killing of Brasidas essentially, of Pericles, of you know, like a whole lot of other stuff, and we can romance her.
You're all the same. Selfish and fucking destructive.
It was different in the beginning. It wasn't about destruction. It was about redirection.
I just don't understand. What about this pyramid? How does it work? Why does the cult have it?
I've been trying to figure out all of that myself. It's as much of a mystery to you as it is to me. This pyramid has been worshipped by the cult for decades, and we have used it to replace the Oracle of Delphi, the most trusted person in all the Greek world.
Using the people's reliance on a pantheon of dead gods would help to reshape humanity in our favor. The pyramid holds a mysterious power to see into time. But only certain people can activate it. People like Demos, and the ones in your bloodline.
But you've seen something too.
I don't know how or why, but it did show me something.
What did you see?
I saw you. In the vision, you destroyed the pyramid and you destroyed the cult. I saw what would come after.
After the cult?
We will be replaced by a new kind of order. Control under the reign of a philosopher king. There would be a movement away from the old gods towards rational society, built in a kingdom by the people, for the people. And I must find someone to lead them. But I couldn't achieve any of this with the cult and their chaotic regime. So I let them carry out their plans, and let the time of the cult of Cosmos come to an end on its own.
Wait, did Pericles know?
I wanted to protect him, so I kept him in the dark. He would have had his own opinions, but he was never supposed to die. That is the truth.
So yeah, she's basically just lying to us. You know. Like, let us clearly say, you know, that she was involved in planning the death of Pericles. Now she says to us that, you know, he wasn't meant to die, and that is the truth. You would actually love another Pirate style game, to be honest. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind having another Pirate style game, to be honest. I feel like Black Flag's definitely kind of like fitting that niche, but I wouldn't mind like more of it. Sounds like a perfect romance for Psycho. I mean, you have a point where I'm in a bear suit, but given that you also have a choice of like confronting her and killing her, I wanna go for, you know, the kill option. Kobe, you once thought of a cool setting time-wise in Tibet, not coincidentally the time you wrote your thesis about. We just off to explore the Potala and Old now lost Tibetan monasteries. I mean, that sounds definitely interesting. It's just a great thing with AC, right? They can like do endless amount of like settings. But yeah, I would definitely love to explore that. Which hint did you mean, Infinity? At Valhalla? Probably don't remember much about it right now, but it was around the early 80th century. I gotcha. So a bit more modern. I guess did somebody say Chinese pirates? I mean, kind of like how it is in Pirates of the Caribbean in the third movie. Would be kind of funny. I kind of enjoyed that part of the setting. You don't want an AC China setting. I mean, that's fair. We already had something like that with Chao Jun, I guess, and Chronicles. She said after he destroys them, a new order would take place by a king or something. Can't fully remember, but one of it hinted at Valhalla. Yeah, that's actually one of the things that does make sense actually in Odyssey as well. Because the Order of the Ancients, right, it doesn't actually follow the order of, like the Cult of Cosmos. The Order of the Ancients actually has been founded like thousands of years ago in Egypt. By, I forgot his name, but he was a pharaoh. And, you know, like, basically the Order of Ancients is older than the Cult of Cosmos. But they make it out to be like they're creating the Order of the Ancients now, which isn't the case. So they kind of like, again, get the lore wrong in this scene. That's the thing with Quebec, you know, they literally don't know this stuff, like that the Order of the Ancients is you know, Oder in the Kaiser Cosmos. 18th, 19th century South Coast had pirates actually. Yeah. But even that you think an AC China setting is most wanted and you think they would fuck it up and make it bad. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't just mind like a general Asian setting in AC. I feel like Asia has been very underrepresented. So I wouldn't really mind, like just, you know, get me anywhere there. But just have like, you know, the Americas and Europe. And I guess now Africa. You would have an obvious enemy in the Tsunga invasion. That said, it would just be a dream of yours. Political issues apart, it would probably not be a great setting for an AC game. Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends, right? What ideas they come up with. I think they can make almost any setting work. It just really depends if they found good ways to connect it, I guess.
He trusted you, and in the end, you didn't protect him. Maybe he'd be alive if you'd stopped them.
Gods know I would have if I could. When Deimos killed him, I knew the original cause was lost. I had to retreat.
So, what happens now?
We shift focus. We steer towards a new republic under one supreme rule. A dream I'll make a reality.
But it is still a dream. One that isn't realistic.
Abandon what you know and just imagine. Forget democracy. No more blue and red. Just citizens working for a greater good.
This is crazy. It won't work, Aspasia. It didn't work.
It's not crazy. It's enlightened. Once people in Athens get wind of this, they'll come to know they've wanted it all along. Even you.
I'm not sure.
You've spent your whole life thinking for yourself. Let go. What I plan will require you to trust me. Come with me. This future's not a dream.
I'm here to kill you. The good thing is it doesn't conflict with the law because the Order of Ancients already is created, so killing her won't prevent that happening. Yeah, South America would definitely be cool. Like, it already has been hinted quite a bit with the Mayan influence in Black Flag. But really, like, you know, diving into the time where they were, like, thriving would be quite interesting. One setting I would actually hate is the World War setting. Yeah, I don't know. I think World War, like post-World War II would be interesting. Because that's the time that the Templars kind of took over, right? Because they kind of like actually created and started the World War II in AC law. And kind of like have a time of where they take over the world with consumerism post-World War II. I think that would be quite interesting. Also that shift from, you know, kind of like old to new, and also like the creation of the enemies, because that happened like in the 70s or something. So like a Cold War would be quite cool, I guess. Like a Cold War setting. But yeah, I think World War setting isn't needed. Imagine seeing those ancient sites and temples in all of their glory. Yeah. Yeah, that's always a big highlight of any AC game. That's what excited me so much for Origins. It's like seeing all of these like ancient temples. And like over to Egyptian architecture and stuff. So yeah, we can destroy the artifacts with her, or we can kill her. Of course we go for the kill option.
I can't let you do this. You've caused so much damage. You destroyed the Greek world.
You've proven you have no understanding of what we're doing. I misjudged you.
So did I.
I motherfucker.
Alexios, there is much left to do now. Alexios! A storm is coming.
I can weather any storm.
When realizing origins of the pyramids were already thousands of years old at the time, mind-blowing. Yeah. That's a great thing about the setting of Origins, I think, you know. It's like, you have like all of these ancient temples and architecture, but it really is like the ending of that time, and it's not even like ancient times anymore at that point, really. It really is like a big shift that's happening within the country as well, and that has happened. And to realize, you know, how old all of that already was is definitely a big thing I love about Origins.
High precision getter.
High precision getter. But yeah, guys, so that is the last main quest. We have finished the main family storyline, the Atlantis questline, and the Cultist. And yeah, that is everything I want to play and do for our AC Odyssey Psycholexios playthrough. Which means we are now officially finished with our Odyssey playthrough as well. However, we're not quite finished with talking about Odyssey though, because I wanna kind of like talk about what happens in the DLCs and also watch together the modern day parts of Fate of Atlantis. Because I do believe it's actually important for understanding Valhalla. However, given that there's only like half an hour of cutscenes in modern day, I decided not to play for 15 hours to just see those. I'd rather just, you know, watch them on stream and have it covered that way. So, yeah, we're still gonna be doing that tonight actually. So we have like all the stuff for Odyssey finished. And then tomorrow we're gonna be starting Valhalla and dive into that adventure finally. And yeah, I'm super excited to get back into Valhalla because I really do love that game. And it will be good to, you know, get invested into an AC game again that I'm like, you know, like fully standing behind, so to say. The choice setting could be interesting. Yeah, I agree. It would be interesting. Realizing sorry, I read that. You loved almost everything about the Origins design. Yeah, you can really tell how much effort they put into creating the game world, you know. And I mean, what a change it was as well from like the game world of the previous AC games. Much more urban focus to like recreating almost an entire country. Like the scale on Origins is like really big and massive, but it's not like, you know, like big to a point where you feel like it's overwhelming. It really is like the perfect size in my opinion. Since you're already in bed, you're gonna go sleep now. Have a good rest of the stream and a good night. No worries whatsoever, Kobe. You have a good night as well. Thank you for dropping by and joining. And yeah, it's getting late. Definitely catch some good sleep. And we'll be talking to you very soon, Kobe. Yeah, it is a shame in Infinity that, you know, he couldn't behave in a way that was appropriate, because he definitely had good intentions for the, you know, like series, and he did, like, he was passionate about the games and the lore stuff. He really knew how to create, you know, amazing experiences. But yeah, it sucks that somebody like that, turns out to be the way he was. It was definitely necessary to part ways, but it is a shame. But yeah, it's in general a shame, what happened to Moncho, because I don't know if you have seen it, but since the fusion happened between the AC team of Moncho and Quebec in April, a lot of people have actually left the company that were like major players of the series and for Moncho specifically. Like Darby McDevitt, the narrative director of and lead writer of Revelations, Black Flag. He created the whole concept of Origins with the Order of the Ancients and the Hidden Ones, and of course Valhalla. Like he left before the fusion, like literally 3 days I think before the fusion happened. So it definitely occurs to be in connection to that. And then also the main art director, like was basically responsible for a lot of the art direction of the game worlds of Moncho. He also was like overseeing basically all the concept art and stuff like that. So massively influential on how the game worlds turn out to look like. He also left. And also one of the major game designers working for AC Moncho has also left. Was like there since AC1. And that's like only like the more major people. Like apparently also a lot of like people left from Moncho that's were like doing, I guess, smaller tasks as well. But the whole fusion apparently caused that. And Quebec now having, creative direction of the series essentially. So there's definitely a big shift happening going forward with AC, I think, with the people being in charge now. But the good thing is, like not everybody left. There's still some people there who do care about AC. For example, the lead writer for Origins, he's apparently replaced Darby McDevitt in Moncho, or on Moncho's side of the writing. And I thought, Origins was an excellent story. So I have some faith in that. But yeah, dude, I definitely think the next game is gonna be like an ultimatum. Where, depending which focus they will be having. Like I can imagine if they have like right stories to tell. And actual assassins again, and like a focus on stealth parkour and quick kills, it might get the old fans back again. But if I continue going this whole RPG combat focus route and making things like all stat based and stuff, I think they're definitely gonna lose their old school fans, because I'm not sure if I'm really interested in this series, if it's just gonna be that going forward. Like in an AC game, I wanna play an Assassin Avenger again. And obviously, have like some proper advancements of like modern day and all that type of stuff. Something that Darby definitely did care about. Yeah, they definitely did, and that's like the whole motivation for Infinite. Like the announcement article, they literally state that because of Odyssey and Valhalla being so successful, which largely was due to microtransactions and stuff, and having like a good active post-launch live service model, they wanna go that route, I guess, further. But I think they can still push, like customization, while still having more of an AC focus again, like on the actual assassins. So I give them the benefit of doubt so far. Like I'm not gonna write off a series, as some have at this point. But I'm not super hopeful either, Especially with Quebec being in charge, like I just don't really think that if they understand the lore you know? And them being in charge of a series feels like a bad joke, to be honest. But yeah, it is what it is, and not the only one working on the games. We still have Moncho being part of it, so he's hoping that they will maybe learn from each other, you know, because I do believe there are things that Quebec also does better than Montreal, for example. Like if you compare Unity and Syndicate. We talked about it a couple days ago. But Syndicate arguably does collectibles, for example, better. And some of like the gameplay motivation to have, like for example, how they have like reworked chests and having like, less of them, and adding resources to them and having that influence like your upgrade systems and stuff. Like Quebec knows how to create like fun gameplay systems, I believe. But they really do suck in some other aspects like storytelling and immersiveness. Just always seems to be about gameplay fun or Quebec, no matter the cost. Yeah, I mean, from a business perspective, you know, it makes perfect sense that they go that way. It's just, I guess, sad to see, you know, because I get that as a company you want to make money, but, you know, you're also working on a product of art, and it's often, you know, like, the people doing those decisions of financial direction are the ones creating the games. And I believe there are still a lot of people, like in Ubisoft, who want to create like a classic AC experience. But you know, it's not what the shareholders or executives say. You're not a law nerd, so it doesn't fully bother you. But if it doesn't start making sense when they hint or talk about another game, then you're bothered for it. Yeah, we definitely have to keep that in check, you know, like making these connections right. Because the whole ending of the Cultist just now was basically a bit rubbish, you know, because the whole point about her surviving to create a new order, which is supposed to be the Order of the Ancients, and you know, them trying to make a connection to Origins just doesn't work, because Origins already has established that the Order of the Ancients is 1,000 years older than even Origins times. And yeah, the fact they don't get, like, you know, these major things not even right. Like, smaller things, I'm like, okay, yeah, it can happen, you know, like, Mocho also has oversights sometimes. Like, for example, when they didn't make Jacques de Molay have proper sage eyes, even though he was a sage. It was like an oversight on Montreal's part. It happens. But not getting, you know, like, that major aspect of, like, the whole Ancient Trilogy, right? That the Order of the Ancients is, like, older and not like, you know, already in full effect at this point. It's kind of like ridiculous. But also like other things, like, you know, the function of Pieces of Eden. Like, how often has the Apple of Eden been displayed in the AC games? And, you know, like, never ever before have they literally created monsters, you know, like actual existing monsters. They've always created illusions and using those illusions to control people, like mind control them. When Odyssey comes along, it even sets up the main game in that way that you would appear to you that it is an illusion and works that way. But when Fate of Atlantis comes along and wants to have a valid reason for having monsters and just uses the Apple of Eden to create that, like literal gene manipulation, people turning into monsters, like for real. And it just changes everything about how Pieces of Eden have worked, and especially the Apple. It just doesn't make sense, and it really goes against everything that has been established about, you know, the most iconic Isu artifacts that exists in the series. And they just get it wrong. Or they just don't care, I guess. And it's like so many major things, you know. But yeah, that's kind of the reason why I decided to skip both Legacy and Fate of Atlantis, because I already know that I'm not gonna enjoy myself playing those stories again, because I think they are one of the most awful storytelling stories in the series from like a lore perspective, not like from a mythological perspective or something. I don't think they're bad DLCs either, just like all in the connection to how it works with the other games in the series, which obviously is the whole idea of what I'm doing here, you know, playing for the series and making all these connections. It just really doesn't work. You would love to see a Desmond come back. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure if it's ever gonna happen. Like, there might be a chance that Sturgo has like freezed his body or something, like preserved it. It did take out his organs though. But yeah, maybe they did freeze his body and he would have a chance with the stuff of Hermes Trismegistus to get back to life. Though, I mean, nobody has been resurrected yet, right? Like, they always have been kept alive, rather. Like, the same way how, you know... Yeah, this is kind of like a major spoiler for Valhalla, so I might not say it yet. But I'm gonna say this, for once you get to Valhalla, it's full-on spoilers mode. Because I want to discuss everything. So it's gonna be fair warning to anybody that hasn't finished Valhalla yet. My playthrough is gonna be very spoilery. And I'm gonna talk about endgame stuff. Because at the beginning of Valhalla there's already like a lot that is foreshadowing what happens at the end. But yeah. This is the end of our Odyssey playthrough and the end of Psycholexios. I did have a lot of fun actually doing this playthrough, like, you know, just doing like full combat and not really caring about stealth, and also going for our, like, you know, the confrontation options, killing everybody in our path, and yeah, just have like more of a meme run, I guess. I really enjoyed it, to be honest. It was like probably the most fun playthrough I had so far of the game, to be quite honest. But yeah, I kind of said it last year, you know, that I might skip in my next any serious playthrough like Odyssey. But I'm probably still gonna come back to it. However, next time it might only be a New Game Plus playthrough actually, because you still have to invest quite a bit of time. Like, you know, I basically rushed through it. Like, through the main story as fast as we could. And I was like at over 40 hours at this point. Yeah, 47. I think New Game Plus you can get through like in 20 or something. So I might do that next actually. At least next time. But it's still like a decent amount of hours to, you know, finish this game. Like, some people spend 150 hours plus finishing the game. We got like a third of it. Valhalla ending machine might work. Yeah. But yeah guys, we're not yet finished quite for today, because I also want to include the DLC stuff. For that purpose I have prepared some videos here that I want to watch with you. One is about the first DLC, the Legacy of the First Blade, and it's kind of like a review that I found, which I think talks about it rather objectively, but also highlights some of the issues that are glaring about the story, without spoiling anything. Like, once this is over, I'm gonna talk a little bit about some of the spoilers and what actually happened, and what importance it has for the lore. So yeah, let's watch this review.
Who are you?
When Assassin's Creed Origins came out in 2017, we thought it had taken you as far back in the series' timeline as it possibly could. Obviously, we were wrong. Odyssey came along just a year later and took us even further back, all the way to ancient Greece, to deliver what is probably one of the best games in the series to date. But other than some thematic similarities and a few loose connections, the story of Assassin's Creed Odyssey was, by and large, pretty far removed from the rest of the series. Legacy of the First Blade attempts to bridge that gap, as it attempts to connect the story of Cassandra, or Alexios, with that of the origins of the Assassin's Brotherhood. It puts the spotlight on a fascinating new character by the name of Darius, who is, for all practical purposes, the first assassin ever, predating even Bayek and Aya. A story like that obviously has a lot of potential, especially when you jot down its setup on paper like that. And being an expansion rather than a new main installment in the series, narrative developments is mostly where Legacy of the First Blade had the highest expectations to meet anyway, rather than introducing new mechanics or gameplay elements. Sadly enough, the expansion's 3 episodes combined just don't ever do justice to their initial premise. Episode 1 of the DLC sets up some interesting things. It introduces an enigmatic new character, teases at some interesting bonds, and brings an antagonist force that fans of the series will be familiar with back into the fold. By the time the first episode ended, I felt excited to see what lay ahead, not only to learn more about the mysteries of Darius, who is undoubtedly the star of the show in the entirety of Legacy of the First Blade, but also because, for the first time in many years, I felt like the larger arc of the series actually mattered. All that potential, sadly enough, went to waste. With the remaining 2 episodes, Legacy tries to take some big narrative steps as the stakes continue to grow, but sadly, it fumbles with most of these attempts. The largest narrative beats of the entire package feel very removed from the personal tale of Cassandra or Alexios in the base game itself, and Legacy never really attempts to reconcile the two. It feels isolated, almost like it's going out of its way to ignore Odyssey's own tale, to the point where it almost ends up feeling like fanfiction. This is exacerbated even further by the fact that some of the things that do happen throughout Legacy are very momentous, and not seeing them connect with or even call back to Odyssey's base game in any meaningful way, it feels a bit jarring. Many of the biggest moments also feel unearned. Relationships between certain characters develop far too quickly at times, and this insistence on jumping from one plot point to the next without first laying down enough groundwork feels rushed. All of this is made worse by the fact that by the time Legacy's 3rd and final episode comes to an end, it doesn't make good on the potential of the mysteries and enigmas that it had hinted at. Most of all, Darius is a character I was hoping to learn a lot more about than I did. Considering how much time we spent with him, it feels all the more baffling that Legacy doesn't really delve deep into his past as much as it could and should have. It's not all bad though. While the larger narrative itself ends up being a disappointment, there are some isolated plotlines and characters that manage to impress. For starters, Legacy of the First Blade keeps introducing great new antagonists on a consistent basis, who are written and developed quite well, for the most part. They range from enigmatic to conflicted to sympathetic, and the fact that they're so well developed makes it easy to get invested in the immediate conflicts at hand, even if the larger story doesn't progress the way it probably should have. With all that said, if you're not really in it for the story, and all you're looking for is more of Assassin's Creed Odyssey, Legacy of the First Blade won't disappoint you. The biggest strengths of the base game, the fast-paced and exciting combat, the deep progression, the engaging naval segments, the joys of exploration, these are all present here, and in many cases have even received some much welcome additions. In combat, there are a couple of new skills to unlock and make use of, with one of them in particular being ridiculously overpowered and an absolute blast to use every single time, while naval warfare also gets a particularly fiery new enhancement. There are also a few new weapons to forge, gear to craft, forts to clear, and new cultists to hunt down. Each new episode also offers plenty of side quests as well. As far as content is concerned, Legacy of the First Blade isn't lacking by any means. If you stick to the critical path, all 3 episodes will collectively last you between 8 to 10 hours, whereas if you end up tackling all the new side activities and quests as well, that number can jump up to 15 or 16. In terms of delivering more quality Assassin's Creed content to the player, Legacy of the First Blade succeeds in a way you would have expected it to, delivering similar mechanics and adding a few neat new wrinkles here and there. Narratively though, the DLC is a missed opportunity, and for anyone with even the vaguest investment in Odyssey's story, to say nothing of the series' larger lore, that will probably nag at your enjoyment quite a bit. And that wraps it up. If you like what we're doing, please consider subscribing to our channel. We upload new videos daily. Also, don't forget to switch on the bell notification icon, that way you don't miss out on any of our videos.
Indeed. Yeah, all credits go to Gaming Boat, who have done the review here of Legacy of the First Blade. Yeah, I think it really sums it up quite well without being like overly you know, kind of like biased. Like it does point out, of course, like very clearly the shortcomings in the storytelling, but without, you know, attacking the game for it or something. But yeah, what's really noticeable is, of course, you know, that the advantages of the DLC are more like of gameplay nature. Let me actually play this video again while I talk about it. Like, you know, there's like tons of gameplay additions, new skills to get, new cultists and enemies to fight. You have the comeback of the Order of the Ancients, and all that type of stuff. You know, you have Darius, the first recorded use or user of the Hidden Blade, who could Xerxes, you know, like it was bigly featured and hinted at already in the second Assassin's Creed game. And yeah, like you have all of these, you know, opportunities. However, it doesn't really, like, as he said, it doesn't deliver on those aspects, you know, like there's pass is barely presented, like very, very briefly only. And then you also have like, you know, stuff happening where it just really doesn't seem to make a whole lot of sense either in the context of his deeds that he's done as well. But then there's like other stuff where they basically not only fail in delivering for the lore of like the series, but literally for the main principle of a narrative of a main game, which is, you know, the choice system. Because at some point, you know, like here you have Darius and his son Natakas, and Natakas and Cassandra are actually going to get together and have a child, which is basically forced on you. Like there's no way of not having that child. And that's something that really threw people off, especially in the LGBTQ community, you know, because they didn't feel represented with the choices they made in the main game, of having, you know, for example, their character be homosexual or bisexual, whatever, or like not even wanting to have, like, you know, a family or a child. But also, you know, not only in that aspect, but just in how they treat the choice system in general, you know. It just doesn't work with what the game is supposed to give you, you know, like the freedom of choice that they praise so much. And at that point, you have to ask yourself, like, what's the point of a choice system if, you know, you get forced into having a child? And yeah, it's basically, you know, like this fight between the Order and your bloodline, and you try to protect your bloodline and secure the future of your son. And that happens ultimately at the end by sending him away with Darius to Egypt, where he supposedly becomes an ancestor to Aya. And that's kind of like the supposed connection to Origins, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense if you think about it, right? Like, only because they go to Egypt, like first you would ask yourself, like, why isn't he connected, or, you know, kind of like an ancestor to Baek rather? Because with him being the son of the Ego Bearer, Cassandra, and with Baek being an Ego Bearer himself, you know, it would have made logical sense to have Baek be the ancestor of the son of Cassandra. But yeah, for some reason it isn't, you know, even though Baek clearly was the Ego Bearer out of the two. So that kind of is like questionable logic, I guess. But also even like, you know, the fact that Aya isn't even like fully Egyptian, right? Like she was born in Alexandria, I think, but she's like mainly of Greek heritage as well. So yeah, I don't know. But the for a heritage thing is also like very relative, right? Because like in 400 years, you know, the chances of having like only Greek or only Egyptian ancestors isn't that big, you know. There's definitely some variations happening eventually. And yeah, it just really seemed like a forced type of like ending. And it wasn't made better by the last cutscene they showcased in Legacy, which literally showcases the Great Sphinx and the pyramids of Egypt being built in 400 BCE. So yeah, it doesn't get the lore right, it doesn't really get the choice system right, and it doesn't get historical accuracy right either, like by thousands of years off. Same with the Order of the Ancients, right? In the main game, like they get the creation date of it wrong by thousands of years. And you really have to wonder, like, why they seem to repeat that mistake over and over, you know? So I think a 6 is actually quite generous. It's definitely because of the gameplay and because Odyssey is still a solid game. But I would give it, like as an DLC, I would give it a 2, I think. I'm gonna be as harsh as that. And yeah, that finishes the story of Legacy. So what I would like to do next is actually watch, as the last thing for tonight, because also getting quite late over here, to watch the parts of a modern day of the Fate of Atlantis DLC, because that's actually quite important for the overall lore, also of Valhalla and the connections there. Because a modern day of that will kind of like influence Layla and how she will be like in Valhalla. And I looked up this cutscene video of Fate of Atlantis, and I kind of like marked myself the spots where the modern day appears. It's like roughly 30 minutes of it, I think. And yeah, we're gonna watch that as the last thing for tonight, and finish the Fate of Atlantis with that as well. Infinity, you weren't a fan of Legacy of Frostbite. Yeah. I think it had like some good parts, like some of the stealth missions. But overall, just really didn't deliver what I kind of like wanted to see in it. And the fact, you know, that you also didn't get the hidden blade or something at the end was kind of like underwhelming. Like I really thought that would like eventually happen. But yeah, so the first important part of Fate of Atlantis kind of begins at the mark of 17. So basically what happens at the start of Fate of Atlantis is that Alexis gets visited by Alethea and kind of like sends a message about the heir of memories, which Layla is supposed to be. And he kind of like has to leave behind symbols that Layla has to find, and then, you know, what she has found of the symbols, she kind of like triggers this memory.
You on my side or not?
No.
Are you Brisson?
I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this.
Are you Brisson?
The name is Deimos.
No, I heard you're not real. You're not real!
Oh, I'm real. Here, let me show you.
Your heart rate's accelerated and your body temp is almost 98 degrees. What's happening?
Itira! Korgath! Metin! That's all I know! You have to believe me.
Maybe you'll talk if I break your other hand.
So there you go. That's kind of like, you know, doing this as well. And it's kind of supposed to show the corruption that happens to Layla because of the stuff of Hermes Trismegistus that she's wielding, essentially.
Get your shit together!
Layla, you're not safe. We have to get you out of there.
No! Don't be afraid. We all die. But first...
Tell me what I want to know.
Itira! Korgath! Metin! Itira! Korgath! Metin. Itira. Korgath. Metin.
Layla, we're remote ending your session.
Damn, I actually feel bad for him. He didn't deserve this.
Korgath. Metin.
Layla? Come in.
Vic, you had no right!
I had to pull you out. Diving into Themos' mind almost killed you.
The interloper. He is listening.
He?
Sigma, I'm opening fire.
Doc, fall back. Kiyoshi's been hit.
Altair 2, come in. Altair 2! Vic! Anyone? Can you hear me?
The Great Seal has waited long enough.
I can't. I've seen inside Deimos' mind. I can't contact the team. The Animus isn't safe.
The trials of the air are just beginning.
You're right. I can do this.
Yours is a role of strength and resilience. Now the air must call the name of the first symbol.
I recognize the symbol from the tomb, but what was it Phidias said? Attica? No, that's not it.
See through the eyes of Deimos. Hear through the ears of Deimos.
This symbol was the first I found, and the first name said by Phidias was Itira.
The air recalls. She heard the names of the symbols and their order. Now, call out the name of the second.
It was this symbol, and the second name said by Phidias was Korgath.
The air doesn't just experience memories, but holds them inside her. And now, the final symbol.
I remember! Phidias somehow unlocked the order of the symbols, even if he didn't realize it. It was Itira, Korgath, Metin.
Layla, can you hear us?
Vic! You're alive!
Sigma 4 soldiers stormed the ship. Kiyoshi was shot, but I stopped the bleeding. He saved us.
It isn't the staff. Someone is intentionally remote hacking our signal. I encrypted a new frequency for us, just to be sure.
We need to go dark until we know it's safe.
Before we go, how are you?
It's good to hear your voices. Listen, I've unlocked the Great Seal. Atlantis is open.
Please, don't go in until we know we can keep a secure connection. I want this as much as you do, but we need to do it together.
I'm hearing you, Doctor. Atlantis has waited this long. It can wait a little longer. Until then, while I'm down here, I'm safe. Call me when Kiyoshi's back on his feet.
He'll be glad to hear your voice. Until then, Altair 2 is going dark.
Anybody there? Victoria?
Layla? Nice timing. Looks like I've been able to establish a secure connection with polymorphic code. Hacker-free. It's good to have you back.
How's Kiyoshi?
You know him. Resilient as ever. He wouldn't want you worrying.
Sigma team. I can't believe those bastards found the Altair 2.
Turns out our signal was being corrupted by the Juhani Otzoberg himself. Guess he was bored of playing Black Cross and tracking down the Juno cult. I should have known some desperate hacker from Erudito would flip on us. Their fingerprints are all over this.
No way! Otso heard everything? If he tells the rest of the Templar Inner Sanctum what we're up to, we'll have every armed Abstergo goon on the planet after us.
If Berg hasn't found you yet, we're still a step ahead.
Then as long as I got you as backup, what are we waiting for? Let's see what this Great Seal is all about. Where's Victoria?
You'll see.
All right then. Here we go.
Do the writing this DLC. I'm glad we're only watching the cutscenes right now.
This place is huge! Echo! These look like thrones of royalty. But who are the kings and queens?
Hello, Layla. Heir of memories. We finally found each other.
I guess rebels always find a way. It's nice to meet you in the flesh, Alethea. Or in the hologram?
It was only a matter of time until our realities crossed in one way or another. It seems as though we're not alone.
Victoria? What are you doing down here?
Layla, it was way too dangerous to let you do this alone. I wanted to keep an eye on things personally. Who's this?
This is Alethea, the voice from the staff I was talking about. Of the Isu, Victoria. Can you believe it?
I've had nothing but time to study the patterns of human speech, so I should sound less like a talking stick.
Are you sure we can trust her?
Don't worry. She's a friend. She wants to help us with the staff.
It was always known to me that the heir of memories would embark alongside the keeper Alexios. You weren't in the plans. Can I trust you?
Of course you can. I'm her doctor, and I need to be here to keep an eye on Layla's vitals.
She'll keep out of the way.
No matter. This journey is yours and Alexios's. You'll need to build up the strength to withstand the staff's corruption. As Alexios finds power to fuel both him and the staff, you too will feel that physical connection.
So you want Layla to go in there? I don't think so. Who knows what exposure to even more First Civ tech will do?
Not me, Victoria. I'll go into the Animus and experience it as Alexios. Right, Alethea?
Your journey starts at the same place the Keepers did. The Animus will show you his way through the simulations.
If you're sure, Layla, we'll have to be extra careful. I'll be here to monitor you with her. Are you ready?
As ready as I'll ever be. Wish me bonne chance.
Right, so that is the first part of the modern day cutscenes of Fate of Atlantis. So basically Alethea is saying that she will go into the Animus to experience Alexios' memories, and Alexios is then going to go and explore the simulations that Alethea has created for him. So it's kind of like a simulation inside a simulation type of deal. And that's how we get to a first episode, which is based in Elysium, the realm of Persephone, the wife of Hades. And you kind of like try to help a human rebellion there against Persephone, but then you also fight with Persephone. It's kind of like back and forth. And you get thrown into the next realm afterwards, which of course is the realm of Hades and the underworld. However, everything that's happening in, kind of like Elysium, Atlantis, and the underworld isn't actually canon. Because for one, it's based on Alethea's memories, not Cassandra's or Alexios, so they're not actually there. They're just experiencing something that happened to Alethea. But also, characters are going to be mentioned that are basically of importance to Cassandra and Alexios, even though they weren't for Alethea. Like Brasidas is gonna reappear, Phoebe's gonna reappear, and lots of others. You have like people from history, like all kinds of people. You have even Leonidas as well, meeting him in like the supposed afterlife, which never was a thing in Isu times, like there wasn't ever an afterlife or something like this. So everything you see in the actual realms is kind of like a non-canon mythical adventure, really, of like Greek mythology, I guess. But it has very little to do with the actual what actually happened in Isu times. Nor does it ever like really explain to you what of it is supposed to be canon or real. Like it doesn't make any effort in that regard. So the next part begins at 2925, and it's actually a pretty short part. It's like only 4 minutes of modern day between the first and second episode.
Victoria! No time for that! Abstergo's found us!
So have a bit of like modern day fighting. It's kind of funny that the Abstergo agents have like swords, right? Not like guns or anything. They were too lazy to build in guns.
Don't!
Layla!
Tell your boss I'm ready. Also, Berg to come get me himself. If he's not a coward.
What the hell is wrong with you?
What else could I do? They were out to kill us. Even Alethea ran for the hills.
There was no reason to massacre them.
Everything okay down there? Sounded like a war zone.
We're fine, Alana. But don't expect much action anytime soon. Seems like this specific memory in the Animus is down for the count.
Let me guess. That happened when you ripped me out. Great. That's the last thing we need.
I had no choice. Complaining won't repair the computer. The memory files are overriding each other, and I'll need time to sort them out.
You know what? I need some time alone. May as well head back to Greece until Alethea returns anyway.
Alright, and then it goes back to Alexis again, and to the Hades realm, the underworld. It's like, ah yes, why do they have both? Guess not important enough. Yeah. It's kind of funny, right? Because it really showcases their effort in, you know, having the modern day be authentic. Or not, I guess. But yeah, you know, they couldn't even be bothered to create like a pistol mocap or something like that. Even though they already had it like in AC3, you know, you have been fighting Abstergo guards who had pistols and stuff. But yeah, not here. Here you have them fighting with swords, like it's ancient Greece. But yeah, you can tell, you know, that Layla is basically descending into corruption of the staff. Like she's, you know, kind of like even asking for Otzoberg to come over, right? She's wanting the conflict to happen. And she's clearly very confident in her, you know, like being kind of like immortal, so to say, because the staff is keeping her alive. But the staff is also like having a certain power on her, and so does Alethea, because as we learn in Valhalla, Alethea is actually manipulating Layla as well. So the next part is at 3 hours and 9 minutes. Good, AC2 didn't have either, but you would think they had some animations or stuff by Origins. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you know, they definitely have kind of like worked on having that already done, I guess, by AC3. So, yeah. Yeah, that's true. It does use Unity's engine. It's actually crazy to think that it's like the same engine, right? But it's cool when you see the like early development stage of Origins, and you see like Arno literally running around the pyramids and stuff, because At the start, they just had created like some of the environments, but didn't rechange the controls from Unity yet. So it was kind of like funny to see. Yeah, I was about to say, didn't they have pistols? I mean, they mainly fight with buttons or whatever they have. But yeah. Okay, so this part goes 6 minutes or so, and then we already are at the last part, which is like at 42, so we're almost through with it.
Victoria, what did you do?
You guys okay down there?
Cut the comms! This has gone way too far. I'm shutting this down.
I can handle it.
You're not acting like yourself.
You're acting like a child.
Look at you! Can't you see what the staff is doing? Plugging into Deimos' memories. Letting you run rogue in the underworld? It's the bleeding effect. It's hurting you. You need to stop.
Give it back, now!
No! It's me or the staff! You have to choose!
I'm so glad I'm not playing this. But this is like, you know, a children's argument or something. It's like, no, you can't have this. Give me the staff back. You have to choose. It's me or the staff. You know, they don't even have this kind of like relationship where they're like super close or something. I mean, you know, Victoria does make a good point that it's like corrupting her, but you know, the fact that she then says it's me or the staff is kind of like a weird ultimatum that makes more of a relationship than there is. Not even paying attention, you're like, what? Yeah.
Let go! It's not worth it! This is for your own...
Get up, Victoria!
Get up, Victoria, after you smashed her across the room.
No.
There must be some mistake.
No. It was an accident. I swear. I don't know what happened to me.
The heir of memories would never do this.
Do this? Victoria was my friend. It wasn't me.
This won't work. I need time.
You think I did this on purpose? It was the staff, Alethea. I'm not a bad person. I don't kill.
The heir of memories.
So, somebody who just joined the Assassin Brotherhood is saying, and I quote, "I'm not a bad person. I don't kill." An assassin. Jesus Christ. I'm not a bad person. I don't kill. An assassin. Supposed assassin, that is. Yeah, she also just massacred 3 Abstergo agents. But again, she's blaming that on the staff, you know. Yeah. Yeah. You know, that's the thing, like, I mean, Sean doesn't really kill a lot of people. But at least he's not like pretending like he's, you know, doing or assisting in good things. Like, he doesn't think, you know, that the killing is actually good, I guess, but he also doesn't think that makes him like a bad person. Like, there's so much dialogue in AC2 which kind of explains Sean's viewpoint on that, and it just really makes it very complex, I guess. And then you have like Layla over here, you know, killing people left and right, and then saying, "I'm not a bad person. It's all this stuff, and you know, I don't kill." Like, she already has killed people without being corrupted by the stuff either. because in Origins, you know, like when the Templar agents infiltrate her place, you know, she says it's me or them, and it's the first time she kills. Like she actively decides to kill them, you know. And then you have Odyssey completely disregarding that and saying, you know, like, no, that is not me, you know, like, I would never kill somebody. I only killed some people with a hidden blade in Origins and joined the Assassin Brotherhood, but I would never kill. Because you thought this part was poorly written and should have been done better. Yeah, definitely, 100%. It really showcases that the writers didn't really seem to have gone back to Origins and to the later parts and tried to make it like coherent. And yeah, it really doesn't work quite well with the connection. Fortunately, though, Valhalla really rectifies a lot of what happens here, and that's the only reason I'm actually watching these cutscenes, because even though I think they're very badly written, they actually do have importance for Valhalla, and Valhalla really does make the best out of what they did here, which honestly surprised me. Like, I didn't expect them to handle it that well in Valhalla. But yeah, they did. It's the Origins canon choice to just not use the blade and instead go unharmed, high profile melee. Yeah, but it doesn't work in Origins actually. If you try high profile, they're gonna like insta kill you. But yeah, they completely disregard basically what happened in Origins.
Memories in my vision had foresight. Your reaction was entirely human and inhumane. I fear you'll learn nothing from what I've created for you.
I am the heir of memories. I can control the staff. Listen to me. I know I can do it.
That is not for you to decide. I decide your worthiness. Though it may be too late for that.
Fine. I'll go for a while. Just don't let anything happen to her, okay? And don't leave. Please. I'll be back.
I'm not going anywhere.
So you can really assume here that in the context of Valhalla, you know, Alethea has actively been manipulating her with his stuff.
Damn it. I'm sorry, Victoria. But I can't quit now.
And basically maybe even made her kill Victoria, because Victoria stood in the way, right, of her exploring more of his memories. Because Victoria was like warning Layla that she should stop with the bleeding effect and stuff. So she did stand in the way. Which means Alethea has definitely had her fingers in Victoria dying. And Layla was actually not being herself in that moment. But yeah. Now there's a bleeding effect. Yeah, I mean, that's what Victoria mentioned, I guess, that, you know, she's kind of like taking over the qualities of, like, for example, Deimos and stuff. Hold on, I think there's actually more.
Once more, Keeper, I ask you to return to me.
There is Alethea.
Okay, never mind, this is Alexis' parts. Alright, so we can go to the last modern day part now. So basically, the last episode takes place in Atlantis, and there you help Poseidon try to save the city from destruction. And you kind of like get to be the Dicaste, so it's kind of like somebody who decides what should be done in like conflict and certain decisions. And you have to kind of like gather a lot of knowledge to understand the stuff better and to understand the Isus better. Apparently, they kind of like break that down to just like knowledge, I guess. And you have to grind that out to get access to certain areas and to advance with the plot. And in the end, it's not enough for to save the city, and Atlantis gets to be destroyed, which is also caused by two guys who come back in Fate of Atlantis, which are Juno and Aita. They should actually be here at the end somewhere. Yeah, there you have Juno. Actually comes back. It's really funny, like they make kind of like comic villains out of Juno and Aita. Aita, of course, being like the sage, you know. The sage that also was in Black Flag and lots of other games. By having them have created Project Olympus, which is basically this whole thing with the Apple of Eden DNA, kind of like manipulating people into becoming a monster. Like, you know, the Medusa, the Cyclops, the Minotaur, they're all now created through gene manipulation of the Apple. And Juno and Aita are the ones responsible for that. It really is like bad fan fiction, if I'm being completely honest. It's like, you know, like they finally come back again as like characters, even though at this point, you know, Juno is dead in modern day. But they come back and then, you know, they have like them be like comic villains basically, who create monsters with technology that were never like meant for that purpose either. But yeah, you cannot like stop them, and with the destruction of Atlantis, Project Olympus also gets destroyed. Okay, and then the last modern day part is at 442, something like that. I guess like funny, you should call Juno a comic villain. The joke to you is how Juno's story ends. Yeah, I gotcha, dude. She literally has become a comic villain. Because yeah, that's another thing, right? Like I mentioned it when we finished Syndicate and made a start in Origins. But essentially what happened is with Juno being like built up as this major antagonist in the modern day, because with AC3 of course Desmond has saved the world, but at the same time he also has freed Juno. Juno has been waiting in the Grey, which is kind of like a network type of thing, for a long time. And she's been waiting to take over a body, which eventually happens in the comic, and she kind of like gets back her physical form in a way. However, the Assassins and the subdivision of the Templars, the Black Cross, led by Otto Berg, are working together to take down Juno, which they succeed in, and the son of Desmond, who also turns out to be a sage of Aita, Juno's husband, is apparently the one to kill her. But yeah, that's why, you know, she has become a comic villain, literally. And her whole plot is basically finished in the comics, which outraged a lot of fans. Because, you know, it was like one of the major antagonists of modern day in the games, and then you have to read a comic to finish that plotline.
The issue, some were even my own. In my time as Dicastis, I also tried to bring balance to Atlantis, but it wasn't enough.
You?
And now you.
My trials in Elysium brought destruction and rebellion.
Not due to you, but Persephone. She was a ruler who controlled her domain through extreme order. In so doing, you saw that her rule was doomed to failure.
In the underworld, I was forced to endure a realm of pure chaos.
Indeed. Hades was a king who invited that chaos, and devastation came with it. But know this, you will be forced to endure far worse suffering before your death has come.
Elysium and the underworld were doomed. But in Atlantis, I almost thought Poseidon and I could do some good.
Yet there you discovered the issue as we really were. Flawed. No matter how many times I have seen that echo of memory, my home always meets destruction.
I'm ready to leave. You coming?
We are entwined after all.
You saw Persephone rule through order, Hades through chaos, and even had a taste of being a ruler yourself in Atlantis.
It was a disaster.
You have seen there is no path to power for the Keeper. In the staff, you have the ability to bring this world to its knees, but that is not your role. You must use your strength to restrain the power of the staff, to guard it, to keep.
My mother once told me I was sent by the gods to protect this world. I gave her my word. And now, I give my word to you.
Yeah, I think so, Infinity. At least that's what she says, right?
Word, heir of memories. You must wake up and redeem yourself before it's too late, or it will be you who tears this world apart. Now wake. The interloper has found you. Wake! Now!
Wake now. Alright, the last scene.
No! Where are you?
Talking to yourself, Layla Hassan? Clearly the Isu artifact has had quite the effect on you. You're going mad.
Mr. Berg, you finally showed up.
Most impressive. I knew if anyone could discover this place, it was you. But you left Abstergo before you could be assigned this mission.
Sigma 6 found it just fine after you tapped into our comm signal. We know it was you.
Correct. What you don't know is that I've been listening in for much longer. Ever since you found the Book of Herodotus, from Templar research I'm sure you stole.
Abstergo are murderers, and you're nothing but their killing machine.
A righteous claim. And what of the Sigma team I dispatched earlier to find you? You killed them.
Look, I saw your files in the Abstergo database. I know about Alina. If you knew what the staff could do for her...
Don't say a word about her.
Then forget it! I was trying to compromise.
No compromising. The artifact is coming with me.
You had...
It definitely looks quite a bit different with like the hairstyle, you know, like kind of like shaved and stuff. I guess his biggest feature is still like the scar on like his face, so that they kind of like kept. But other than that, he looks very different for sure, like since Rogue and Syndicate. Like the jump between Rogue and Syndicate was already like interesting, like he looked already different there. And then, you know, like Syndicate Odyssey is like completely different again. He has like an ever-changing appearance apparently. Maybe that helps him blend in all the different regions he has to infiltrate with a Black Cross.
No right to do what you did to Deanna. You should have come after me.
You're always next on the list. I'll check you off today.
You're a real Yahomar, Otso. This is over.
Indeed. The world outside is coming to its inevitable end. Whose side you're on won't matter anymore. Come. Hand over the staff.
It does matter. I'll always be an assassin. And if you want the staff, you're gonna have to take it from me.
First Victoria.
Yeah, what an assassin.
You can't handle the power of the artifact.
Wanna know my favorite thing about the staff?
Don't gloat.
It's the... immortality.
Petty to the end.
The thing is, Mr. Berg, I don't care if you live or die. You just gotta get out of my way. Face it. Templar's lost.
There you go. What an arsehole step for.
Altair 2, come in. Altair 2, come in. Atlantis has been compromised.
My legs.
Alethea? Alethea! Okay, think, Layla. Your comms are broken. How do you get help? Vic, I can't do this without you. I try to hide it, but I'm scared. I have no idea what I'm doing here. I'm alone. I need you. Please, come back. Send me a sign, at least. Anything. Your earpiece. Can anyone hear me?
Victoria, we've been trying to find a way to force communication. First, we lost everyone's vitals, and
Elena.
then...
It's me.
Layla? How? This is Victoria's channel. Where is she? What's been happening down there? Did you finish the trials?
Yes, we have the staff. I finished our trials, but...
That's incredible! An actual Isu artifact in assassin control. This changes everything.
I'm not in control, Elena, and nothing's changed. Also, Berg is the interloper. He's in the throne room with me. Look, I'll explain everything, but the Templars know what we're doing, and they're after us. I need you to get me out of here.
With you? Are you safe?
We fought. He passed out, but he's stable. Please don't make me check on him.
You didn't kill him.
No. He's still alive.
Sit tight, Layla. We're coming for you, but it might take time. What are you gonna do?
Until you get here, I'm going back into the Animus. There are a lot of people to say goodbye to.
Yeah, only Layla could, you know, look at Victoria being dead there and smiling. But yeah, Maxi, have a good night, dude. Thank you for joining, dude. And yeah, we're also gonna be finishing it here for tonight as well. Because that is the end of Assassin's Creed Odyssey. And the fate of Atlantis modern day. So yeah, there you go. I guess you got a bit of oversight now why I didn't really want to play the DLCs, because I would literally only play for the modern day of Fate of Atlantis, and that one isn't even that good. So yeah, I'm actually glad we just watched the cutscenes, which means tomorrow we are going to be starting AC Valhalla. And I'm very, very excited for it, because that game is much more enjoyable to me than Odyssey. Or like, you know, a whole like lore perspective. Like Odyssey is a fun gameplay game, but when it comes to like storytelling and stuff, you know, like really a low point in the series. Completely her fault, yeah. But yeah, that is Fate of Atlantis. But that explains a lot about Valhalla, because Valhalla directly connects to what happened here at the end, right? Like, you know, Layla killed her friend, Layla got corrupted by the stuff, and that's like a huge thing in Valhalla, and something she has to deal with, you know, what happened there. So, of a consequence that Fate of Land is kind of lacking, you know. Like, Layla's literally smiling at the end at, you know, Victoria being dead. Like, Valhalla's really gonna bring over the consequence of that behavior. And it's good that it does, because I hate to say it, like, you know, but in Valhalla, it actually made me like Layla to a certain degree. Like, they did manage to do it. In Odyssey, I just really thought she was so badly written, and also just such a bad character as well. I didn't really thought that she could be redeemed, but Valhalla does manage it to a certain degree. For some reason that made you wanna play Black Flag. Yeah, play some good adulthood story. And to be fair, the modern day of Black Flag is also great. Like all the raw pieces that you can find there. But yeah, guys, we're gonna go ahead and say hi to Mola. He's going to be playing some Horizon Zero Dawn with the Frozen Wilds DLC, I believe. But I'm not gonna be staying for overly long because it's already super late over here, and I will go head to sleep directly, basically. But I do want to thank you all for coming by and joining for the end of Odyssey. I actually didn't expect to get like everything done tonight, but I'm glad we did. So tomorrow we can you know, hop into a new adventure and something that I like really fully enjoy and will be more passionate about again. I know the passion has been a bit lacking with Odyssey, but yeah, I'm just open about, I guess, my opinion on it. That being said, though, I had a good time, you know, doing this specific challenge and playing Alexis the way he was. So it was cool to kind of like experience the story from that angle, and just, you know, have like a bit of a fun meme run. But yeah, I guess again, so much Dre6 and Jamo for the follow. Also, Jacinda, thank you for the rate, and everybody for tuning in and joining. I hope you all have a great night or day, wherever you are, whatever the case may be. And I will catch you next time. Take care, guys.